Pan- Kindly rise. Good morning, esteemed guests, industry leaders, and aspiring maritime professionals. I am Vishal, your host for the day. Today, the International Maritime Institute, in collaboration with International Maritime Club, Aries Energies, Aries International Maritime Research Institute, and Aries Overseas Services, proudly present the Mighty Mariner, a transformative gathering focused on maritime career development. It is my greatest pleasure to welcome you all to this prestigious career development program. Mighty Mariner, a prestigious event where knowledge meets tradition on its high seas. Through a strategic partnership with IMC, the International Maritime Institute has created a dynamic ecosystem where students can access cutting-edge audiovisual learning resources and forge meaningful connection with industry veterans. The unique environment nurtures the development of tomorrow maritime leaders, providing them with both theoretical knowledge and practical insight from seasoned professionals. As we convene today, we stand at the international tradition and innovation, ready to dwell into the maritime sector involving landscape. This carefully curated program features enlightening discussion, strategic presentation, and engaging dialogue led by distinguished maritime experts from around the world. Thank you for joining us. We embark on the exciting journey to shape the future of maritime education and careers. Please be aware that the attendees QR code will be displayed on the screen. You will be requested to log in after the break. Online participants have already been shared the email from team. Let's now watch a introductory video that will provide us with a comprehensive understanding of the event, purpose and objective. We invite you to focus your attention on the display. Can we have the AV please?
Joining hands with the IMC, a collective forum of institutes from all over the world. The International Maritime Institute, IMA, stands as a beacon of excellence, collaboration, and progress. Today, we present a career guidance program in Bangalore, setting the stage for the development of future maritime leaders. IMI is more than a forum, it's a global platform that connects aspiring professionals with industry leaders, offering real-world experiences to prepare them for the complexities of the maritime sector. Our mission is to shape the next generation with the competence and confidence to thrive in this dynamic field. Central to IMI's success is its partnership with the International Maritime Club, IMC. For over 17 years, IMC has been a unifying force, fostering collaboration, knowledge exchange, and growth across the maritime world. Renowned for events like the Golden Helm Awards and the IMC Honorary Doctorate Leadership Excellence Awards, IMC celebrates visionary leaders whose contributions have shaped maritime trade. Supporting IMA's mission is the Aries International Maritime Research Institute, AMRI, headquartered in Sharjah, UAE, with an affiliate in Kochi, India. AMRI bridges academia and industry, bringing seasoned leaders into the classroom. With over economically sustainable. Aries Energy leads the world in 5 specialized fields that are transforming the way the industry operates. Aries Energy leads globally in 5 key areas: hull thickness measurement for marine and offshore rope, access inspection cum maintenance services, marine and offshore 3D scanning services, scrubber retrofit engineering for ships, turnkey engineering and inspection services. With the support of all these organizations and a number of other supporting organizations from around the world, we present a complete career guidance program, Maritime, to foster growth, innovation and excellence in the global maritime community. This program offers in-depth coverage of contemporary maritime industry topics, providing students with valuable insights and practical knowledge to excel in their maritime careers. Our interactive sessions combine theoretical knowledge with practical insights delivered through expert-led seminars and discussion, case studies from real maritime scenario, multimedia presentations and demonstrations, interactive Q and sessions with industry professionals. Join us in this movement where knowledge meets opportunity and every step shapes the future of maritime trade. Together, we're not just navigating the seas, we're charting a course toward a brighter, more interconnected.
Hope you all enjoy the video and understand the concept of this event. Now we would like to invite President of today's function, Dr. Srinivasa Mayadi, and our esteemed guest, Sir Sohan Roy. And I would like to ask Professor Dr. Dheeraj Hebri to escort the dignitaries on the dais. Let us proceed with the formal commencement of this event. I am honored to request Dr. Dheeraj Hebri, the Training and Placement Officer of SIT, to take the stage and present the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this prestigious event, Mighty Mariner, a maritime career guidance event organized by International Maritime Club in association with Aries, International Maritime Research Institute, here at Srinivas Institute of Technology. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished president of the program and principal, Dr. Srinivas Mayadi, whose unwavering support and leadership have made this event possible. He graduated from Mysore University in 1988 with mechanical engineering, did his master's from Pune University in 1994, master's in information technology from Maha University, Manipal in 2001, and PhD from Visvesvaraya Technological University in the area of organizational behavior under mechanical department. After the completion of his graduation, he worked 3 years in Mrs. PMT Machine Tools Pune as design engineer and 3.5 years in Mrs. Advani Orlikon Limited Pune as an assistant manager. In 1995, he shifted from industry to academics. He worked 12 years in KVG College of Engineering, Sulya as a lecturer, assistant professor, and professor. In 2007, he joined Srinivas Institute of Technology as principal. He is guiding 7 PhD candidates and guided 12 MTech students, 2 of them awarded PhD. He has published about 78 papers in national international journals and national international conferences and has written 5 books. Your presence and vision continue to guide us to the greater heights. I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, for this event. I request Dr. Lokesh V to florally welcome the president of today's program, Dr. Srinivas Mayadi. It's a great privilege to have with us today our esteemed chief guest, Sir Sohan Roy, founder and chairman of IMC, AMRI, Aries Energy, UAE. Sir, your pioneering contributions to the maritime and energy sectors inspire countless individuals, and we are honored to have you with us today. Profile video of Sir Sohan Roy will be presented shortly. A wholehearted welcome to you, sir. I request our president of today's program, Dr. Srinivas Mayadi, to florally welcome Sir Sohan Roy. A special mention goes to our virtual speakers whose expertise and perspectives will enrich our program. Commander Babu Gurucharan SH, retired Managing Partner of V3 Tech Consultants India. Mr. Mark Lear, Health, Safety and Technical Officer at IRATA International UK. Mr. Nikhil Idani, Secretary, Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, UAE and UK. Captain Dr. A. Nagaraj Subbarao, Dean at SCMS, Dayanand Sagar University, Bengaluru. We would also like to extend a warm welcome to the heads of departments from various disciplines here at Srinivas Institute of Technology. Your support plays a crucial role in making such events a success. A heartfelt thank you to Ms. Nisa Jose from International Maritime Club, the main driving force behind making this event happen. Your dedication and commitment have truly made this event a reality, and we are extremely grateful to your hard work. I would also like to acknowledge the 5 other delegates from IMC, Mr. Akash Satyan, Ms. Sumi Mary, Mr. Vishnu PP. Thank you for your valuable participation. A warm welcome to all the teaching and non-teaching staff from Srinivas Institute of Technology who have contributed to the success of this event. I would like to extend a special greeting to the students from various disciplines, technical staff and media personnel who have joined us today. Your participation and interest in the maritime sector demonstrate the ever-growing potential of this industry and the opportunities that lie ahead. The maritime industry is one of the most dynamic and vital sectors globally, and today's event aims to guide you through the various career opportunities, challenges, and innovations within this exciting field. We hope that by the end of this session, you will be inspired and motivated to pursue a successful career in maritime and related sectors. Once again, I thank all of you for your presence, and I hope this event will be a truly enlightening and inspiring experience. Let us make this event a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dheeraj. We shall now proceed with our auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. It's my honor to request our distinguished guest, Sir Sohan Roy, our Honorable Principal Dr. Srinivasa Mayadi and Dr. Dheeraj to inaugurate the ceremony by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
Brahma
Thank you so much, sir. Now we are moving on to the keynote address. It's my honor to welcome our esteemed principal, Dr. Srinivasa Mayadi, to deliver his remarks.
Good morning. Today is the main resource person for the Mighty Marine program in Srinivas Institute of Technology. We have with us Dr. Sir Sohan Roy. He is a specialist in the naval architectural technology. He was studied that, and now he is leading the Aries group of industries. Around 30 countries it's spread over. He came here. So with his vision, he has done so so I will say that this I in our institute. So I hope all what we learn in a theory, in a gives maybe we are just 40 to 50% what we need it in the knowledge part of it. The remaining knowledge of part will be comes to the experience. When the experienced people come and talk to you, surely it's going to be useful to all of you. So keeping this in the mind, we organize this event. I request all of you to actually participate and make this program is useful to all of you. And what you learn from today, please carry forward, see that your personality is going to be improved in industry. So, for inaugurating this, Son Roy was here. Even on, the program was scheduled at 10:30 today morning, but he was 9:20 only he was here. Well in advance, that's the look at that time management of the sirs. He felt that we should not be late even 1 minute. I should be there in on time. See, that is what the professionalism shows with the Aries industries. So this is what are the great things. The video is going to be played later on. I hope all of you maybe watch his personality and how he rose to that level. That is really the great things. So we are very grateful to Sir Sohan Roy for coming here and going to talk to all of us. With this, I wish this program to be successful and have a great day. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. We are deeply honored to have Sir Sohan Roy among us today. Your presence here to share your individual insight and wisdom with our students is truly appreciated. We would like to take an opportunity to recognize your dedication to our institution on this special occasion. I now request Dr. Srinivasa Mayadi to present a token of appreciation to Sir Sohan Roy. In recognition of sincere appreciation and deep respect, we are delighted to announce that IMI, IMC and AIMRI will also be presenting a commemorative token to the Srinivasa Institute of Technology. We extend a warm invitation to Dr. Srinivasa Mayadi, to esteemed principal of SIT, to accept this special moment of institution's behalf. Thank you, sir. We kindly ask our distinguished guests to proceed to the audience side seating area, so as our seminar presentation will commence shortly. Now it's my privilege to introduce the visionary behind today's event, the founder of IMC, AIMRI, Aries Energy, many other pioneering ventures. Sir Sohan Roy is global maritime leader, an accomplished filmmaker and a Forbes-listed entrepreneur who has been made groundbreaking contribution to both maritime and entertainment sector. As the founder chairman of Aries groups of companies and driving force behind the $10 billion indie project, he has revolutionized industry practices. He also developed this innovation EFFISM system designed to improve efficiency across industries. In addition to these achievements, Sir Sohan Roy directed the Oscar-selected Hollywood film Dam 999, was honored with the prestigious knighthood of Party Golf in Florence, Italy, for his humanitarian efforts and community's commitment to environment sustainability. AV, please.
Passion is the spark that ignites the fire within, while perseverance is the fuel that keeps it burning bright, even in the face of adversity. Sir Sohan Roy's name is a shining example of how passion, purpose, and perseverance can shape an extraordinary journey. A Forbes-listed entrepreneur, naval architect, world record-holding poet, and Oscar-selected Hollywood filmmaker, He is the first Indian honored with the prestigious knighthood by Ordo Partis Guelfae of Italy for his humanitarian and environmental protection efforts. As a professional naval architect, he etched his name in history by transforming over 3,500 ships globally into eco-friendly green ships, a remarkable feat that epitomizes his commitment to sustainable practices. His vision took flight in 1998 when he established Aries Marine in the Middle East. Under his astute leadership, what started as a ship design and inspection firm blossomed into the Aries Group, a multinational consortium spanning 73 companies across 29 countries. His innovative spirit shines through his creations, like Aries Panamada Chundan, the world's longest snake boat that secured a place in the Guinness Book of World Records. His pioneering concepts like the semi-solar unsinkable bottle seagoing steel houseboat, topless ship, and solar seabed showcase his commitment to push boundaries. A true visionary, Sir Sohan promoted the industrial doctorate concept through the Aries Maritime Research Institute, bridging academia and industry. His brainchild, EFISM, Efficiency Improvement System Management, revolutionized organizational efficiency through HR transformation, propelling Aries to become world #1 in 5 fields. Sir Sohan's patriotism resonates in his vision of $1 is equal to 1 rupee, embraced by Indian billionaires. His $10 billion project Indiewood aims to integrate and elevate the Indian film industry to Hollywood's caliber, creating waves worldwide. As a humanitarian and environmentalist, Sir Sohan initiated groundbreaking employee welfare schemes like parental pension, spouse salary, children's education support, early retirement with pension, and financial support for employee-initiated startups. He championed equitable policies, reserving 50% shares for employees and implementing anti-dowry and anti-caste measures. His filmmaking prowess shines through his thought-provoking works. Black Sand shed light on ecological degradation caused by unscientific mining. Sound of Pain focused on environmental protection and climate change. His documentary Dams, the lethal water bombs in Film Dam 999, explored the catastrophic consequences of disregarding environmental safeguards, with the latter becoming the first Indian movie shortlisted for the Oscars in the mainstream category. In 2023, his illustrious contributions to the maritime world, he was honored with the Maritime Personality of the Year award by Robin Asafina magazine. Through his 3 decades of unwavering service to the maritime industry, Sir Sohan Roy has become a beacon of inspiration. As he continues to dream and create impact, may his glorious journey motivate generations to come, shaping a better world for people and communities worldwide.
I am deeply honored to welcome Sir Sohan Roy to address us today on the subject, the unwritten rule of maritime industry, a theme that resonates deeply with the expertise and holds significant importance for everyone gathered here.
Very good morning to all. I'm so delighted to see more female representation in this institute. Normally, the female percentage in the sailors community is around 2% globally. But I heard here the figure is much higher than other institutes. Great. Because we always try to promote women empowerment, and in our company itself, we have separated, an exclusive office is also there for females, where I was born in the village. Only the females run the entire show. And you won't believe, in our entire organization, the globally, that office is the most efficient office. So we cannot say that females are not good for the industry. Anyway. See, if, the very purpose of this kind of seminars or conference is basically to create content for industrial education for the students. Because when a student enters the industry, it is just like after learning, after playing war games in the computer, if you really get into the war field, what will happen? That is the difference between the academics and the industry. So it is the responsibility of the industry to make sure that whatever we can give the industrial tips to the students well in advance, it will be beneficial for both the students and for the industry. I will share my experience because I am basically a ship designer. In fact, my entire family is into ship design. My brother was a naval architect. My two daughters, they are naval architects. My son-in-law is a naval architect. We run the world's largest ship design firm. And I was taught by Germans actually, this ship design. You all know about the marine engineering side of the ship. But as a ship designer, we need to learn everything actually. It is supposed to be I will say it is supposed to be the most complicated engineering. I am whenever I see an architect, I feel like how lucky they are. When they design something, a building like this, they are building it on a very solid platform. They get electricity from the shore. If a fire happens, they have facility for the firefighting from the shore. Everything required for the building, it is provided from the shore. And they don't need to think about the center of gravity or something of the ship, of the building while designing it, because it's a solid platform. But when it comes to a ship design, which you are going to operate, it is so much complicated because sea is the most unpredictable stuff in the world, worse than females, your wives. Because the mood of the sea changes every now and then. You are all going to experience it once you start sailing. Just imagine such a huge structure, floating structure, self-moving, self-contained structure, how you can design it. Every object, if you want to place, when you place on board the ship, the designer has to find out the center of gravity. It is to be considered for the design. He has to take care of the speed. The power, he has to provide the provision to generate the power. Firefighting facilities to be provided. Even all the accommodation facilities, all the food storage facilities, kitchen facilities, everything you need to provide. And the communication system. So once you are in the sea, if something goes wrong, you need to manage yourself. And you mariners are trained for that one. So, but after finishing my course, our course was very hectic, 4.5, not 4 years. It was 4.5 years without any break. The 2 months of training, 2 months of vacation every year, we were supposed to go to different shipyards for practical training. So that means this 4.5 years without any break we were studying. So we thought we know about everything about the ship, because everything requires for a ship, we identify, we place it, all kinds of engineering comes into that particular design. So that was our confidence level. But I became the first naval architect in India to join Merchant Navy, and that is in 1991. My first ship was Zakir Hussain. Unfortunately, it became my last ship also. I was about to complete my 6 months and the ship got fire, and I was the only one escape from the engine room. My chief engineer, third engineer all died. I had a very narrow escape, and that escape was just because of I was a naval architect. Since I am a designer, I was well aware about the emergency escapes. The well-experienced chief engineer and third engineer, they tried to escape through the funnel escape. But I know that, as a designer, I know that I am not going to escape through that funnel escape when it is circled by the fire. So I know that I had to take a different route. That's why during my daily routine, we had to take the readings of every machines there, every meters there. So there was the fridge room was near to the steering gear room, and there was an emergency escape there. Since I was a designer, I noticed that there is an option for escape there. So when the fire happened, when my colleagues went to the normal route of escape, I did a different route, and that was the only reason I am facing you today. So this is something we never, you never get a chance to get this kind of information. So this kind of information only the industry can come and give you. But you are so fortunate that most of your teachers are with practical experience. They are all ex-sailors. But this is not the situation with many maritime institutes, especially where the ship designers and other things. Even I was lucky that I was taught by Germans who were working in the shipyards. But nowadays, many institutes where the designers are taught, the most of the trainers are not actually with the practical experience. And this is happening with many of the engineering institutes also. So that's why we decided, because many of the marine engineers, they are all converted, the mechanical engineers are getting converted to the marine engineers. So we thought we should give practical experience or the industrial knowledge to the institutes, the students. That's why regularly whatever happening in the industry, the conferences, exhibitions, we cover it using video, as a video, and we provide it through Marine Biz TV, a TV channel exclusively started for the maritime sector. In 2007 we started it as our CSR activity. Today we have almost 25,000 hours of content, free content actually, but I don't know how many of the maritime fraternity really make use of that potential. But today this particular event is to give an awareness for the next generation mariners that this kind of contents are available. Today's these presentations are also getting recorded. Many institutes are today, they are watching it as live. Few will be watching it later after the classes. But anytime you can go back and watch these contents again and again to get more knowledge. But our vision is not like this. Our vision is to transform all the training system into the visual media formats. Because I am from the film industry also. The potential of the film industry is like, most of you must have watched Titanic. I watched it maybe more than 25 years back. See, James Cameron could deliver almost 200-page information into the brain of the entire movie lovers in just 3 hours. And people still remember it. They can tell the story to others. It was a very beautiful and effective way of training. That is the power of movies. If you brilliantly design a script, if you brilliantly develop it as a content, that is the best way of education also. See, when I was sailing, I experienced CO2 release. Engine room fire was there, and most of the mariners, I addressed so many maritime events, and I can tell you, majority of the mariners, they never experience a real major fire where CO2 release is being happened. But when I made a movie, Dam 999 in 2011, I showed that process. It is in couple of minutes, I could show how a CO2 release is happening. What is the outcome, everything we are showing. So that is the way only. We cannot, you cannot go on board a ship and practically do all these experience. This kind of things only through visual media we can do it. And Marine Beach TV is basically for providing training. It's a parallel training system basically. Now we have started Aries Industrial University also, which you can also experience. Now the technology is getting changed. The Oculus, the virtual VR glasses are coming. Every student sitting here will have a VR glass in the next 1 year. So once you have a VR glass, you wear it, you are immersed into a movie theater. You are experiencing everything very brilliantly, very beautifully. See, look into this classroom, because when I came here, first thing I said that you have to control the sound, because it is a one-time experience. You cannot come back and listen to my speech again and again in this classroom. Whoever present here, when you listen it, your investment is your time. If you don't capture the information at the best quality level, it is a waste of investment. This is what is happening with most of the projection systems in the world. Most of the colleges, they have theaters like this, theater classrooms. But unfortunately, the projection and the sound, if it is not perfect, the purpose will not be served 100%. When you watch a movie in a theater, you never think about looking into your mobiles. You are fully focused. What is the difference between a classroom like this and a theater? In a theater classroom, in a real theater, you are arresting all the external sounds. Your brain is not given with unnecessary sounds, because your brain can absorb sounds from 2 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Unfortunately, thousands of different frequencies are here in this world. If you want to remember something, you need to delete the unwanted stuff. So first of all, the external sounds you need to arrest. That means you need to be in an acoustic chamber. Then the internal sound, for example, the main problem with this particular room is the echo system. Echo. Whatever I talk, it is getting bounced from the walls. It became noise. So just imagine if I am talking you in a real theater classroom where the walls are acoustically designed, the sound system, the speakers what you are using, it is exactly designed. What I talk today, you will never ever forget. That's why whatever you are watching in a theater, you are completely, because you are now here you can see each other, but in a theater the entire light is off. You are just focused on the screen. Whatever coming in the screen, it is coming to your brain. Your angle of vision, this is coming within the 140 degree of the angle of vision. So entire thing is going to your brain. No distraction. That's why the movies you watch in a theater, you always remember. And the same thing when you watch in a TV at home, you forget after some time. Because to remember something in the TV, what you have watched for a long time, you need to remove the other visuals parallelly reaching your brain, which is quite difficult. That's why after sleep, most of the things it get fade out, unless it has a strong script lineup, so that the incident if it comes like a story, the brain can remember it. So that's why we introduce, the Aries main vision is to introduce real theater classrooms. So my first request to the management here is that just transfer this, next time when I come, I should be able to talk in a real classroom, and it doesn't need any much time to transform. Within 24 hours actually, if you give it to the right team, they can just very simple, even if a proper cloth curtain also can reduce the noise level drastically, and they can easily convert. We tested this first time in a tribal school in Attapadi. You can Google it. In two weeks, a normal classroom we converted into a theater classroom. And in 2 days, we taught the students how to make educational contents using mobiles. In that tribal school, half the students, they never watched a movie in a theater. But after this particular training, within 2 weeks, they all started making educational contents. We did a competition, and more than 12 short films were made by the students who never watched a movie in a theater. So that is the way of the power of visual media once you get attracted. So one of our vision is to have film clubs in every institute so that they can generate educational contents. I don't know whether you have a film club here or not, but that is another request. You should start. Your career design, everything should be managed by the film club. Because we create all this content in the visual format, and the film club can easily understand it. They can deliver it. We started this educational revolution in the tribal school because we know that if we can convert that school as the best school through this revolution, every educational institutes will follow it. Today, more than 55 institutes in Kerala, they are started following the same system. What we believe is that within 5 years, the entire education sector will change. But here, the institutes like this, which are very close to the industry, you should transform in a better way because your next step is into the industry. If you don't know the exact pulse of the industry is going to suffer. Because I had the same experience. I told you, when I joined the Merchant Navy, the first day, when I entered the engine room, I was shocked because the real life is different. The learning in the academies is different. The real day on board a ship as a marine is totally different. It was just like at the time of the exam, you forget everything. This is the exact thing happened. You are all going to face this one day. The day you step into the ship, this is going to be the same experience. Even your teachers who sailed on board, they face the same thing. But to reduce that impact, this kind of video-based training system will help you a lot. That's what we have created. So make use of it. We have made an association of all the maritime institutes. So make use through that association. Please get into our training contents. Train yourself. Every day, I know that many of you I don't know whether the mobiles are allowed in your hostel rooms or something, but nowadays people spend a lot of time in the social media. You should realize that time is the most precious thing, the most valuable thing in your life. You go 24 hours, I go 24 hours. But it is your choice how effectively you are making use of that time. That's why we developed the system called EFISM, Efficiency Improvement System Management, where this 24 hours we divide into 3. One for your job, one for your body, one for your mind. If this is not balanced, you can never be efficient. The 8 hours for the health you cannot compromise because you need to sleep, you need to do the exercise, you need to keep your body fit. 8 hours for the job. Okay, if you are employed, your employer will take care of that 8 hours. If you are a student, the institute will take care of that 8 hours. But what about the remaining 8 hours for your mind? Your happiness level is decided by the effective use of that 8 hours. See, the institutes can train you only as per the syllabus. And the syllabus is something to develop your skill only. But who will develop the soft skills? It is your responsibility. Your character design is to be done by yourself. Your time management efforts should be done by yourself. No one else, the institute cannot come and take care of these 8 hours to develop your soft skills. But when you get into the industry, there are certain unwritten rules. Today my main job is to tell you what are the unwritten rules in the industry. what the industry expect out of you. See, I don't think that at least 10% of the students sitting here are joining Merchant Navy out of passion or talent. Destiny decided to become a mariner. This is the globally what happens. Because if you are really passionate or if you are really talented to join a mariner, that process should start from the age of 12 at least. By this time, if you are really passionate or if you are really talented to become a mariner, you must be thorough with everything. You must have watched thousands of hours of contents already. Because in the social media, when you take the history, you just surf. You watch 1,000 contents in the last 1 month. How many contents, what is the percentage of maritime related contents? There are thousands of contents available, but how many contents you really watched? That decides your passion for that one. You do a self-analysis. Because the problem is, destiny took you to this profession. Even I was a victim. Personally, my passion was into the movies, but I became a naval architect because my brother was a naval architect. My 2 daughters became naval architects because I am a naval architect. But after completing the masters, I sent them to the best school, best universities. One of the daughters, after completing the masters, told me it is not her profession. This is the sad part of the world. The proper career design is not happening. You waste almost 50,000 hours in the academics, learning something, all sine theta, cos theta, a plus b the whole square, without knowing the practical application. So don't think that lifelong you will be a mariner. I am 100% sure 90% will, sitting here, will retire your sea life or retire from the sea life before 40 years. But once you return, where you are going to work? You need to get into something related to the maritime industry. The culture is totally different. When you are sailing, the totally different atmosphere. When the industry in the shore is totally different. Anyway, the first thing you need to understand in the sea is that ship can never stop. There is no particular duty time or something. It is 24 hours the ship is running across the world. So you cannot demand that I will work for this much only, because 24 hours you are on board. You are even if your duty time is only 8 hours, the 16 hours, if some emergency happens, you need to be there. And you cannot say that during sailing, next day I need to go home, I need to see my family. No. Once you are on board, it is like a prison. You need to, mentally, you need to adjust with that one. Nowadays, even getting Wi-Fi is better than the previous generation. When we were all sailing, to make a call to the home, those days, 1 minute, $8 we had to spend. So that was a life. But life, I believe that mariner's life was better those days because we had some kind of entertainment, enjoyment on board. But nowadays, time is so precious and it is so tight. When a ship comes to a port, you hardly get any time because the ship has to leave at the earliest, especially container ships and other things, very short time, and you cannot relax. You have more duties when the ship is in the port. So you need to start practicing that one. Don't get relaxed. And main thing in the maritime sector is you have to, not only the maritime sector, any industry, your boss is always right. Maybe you feel with your personality, because there is a huge generation gap between the boss and you. You are all from the next generation. So you, as per your thought process, your boss is not correct. But in the industry, boss is always right. because he is a man with experience. You will start understanding what he says only when you get that much practical experience. So, as a junior staff, you have no other choice. You need to accept that the boss is right, and you need to respect the age also. Same way, you need to see your acceptance in the industry depends on your the level of responsibility what you are taking. If you are irresponsible, no industry will accommodate you. So, what is the level of confidence you are giving to your boss? See, to create a confidence in front of the boss, at least 25 different parameters you need to go through it. In the FSM, you should go to the FSM training session under AIMRI for this one. There we point out 1, 2, 3, what are the, how to develop this confidence level. The soft skills, basically the soft skills give the confidence level actually to the superior, because otherwise technically, okay, most of you are all know that 80% or 90% of what is to be done as a marine engineer, but that is not what really looked by the superiors. To develop that trust, your day-to-day behavior, how you approach a problem, that matters. If you don't have the confidence, self-confidence, and if you are always doubtful, how I can trust you? If you don't come up and present the issues and never go to the superior with problems, you try to solve it and come back. Okay, so, sir, there was a problem, but I solved it. That gives the confidence. Otherwise, I have seen so many people in the industry. Every day morning, they come up with a problem. Then I ask, okay, if this is a problem, what is to be done? After a couple of questions, he will say, yeah, this is to be done. Then I will say, then why you didn't do it? So, what you had to practice it, see, every day morning, you take it as we call it as a corporate meditation actually. People say that meditation means just keep close your eyes, just focus on your breathing. No. In the industry, the what you call meditation means every day morning 10 minutes you think about what is to be done, what are the problems I am facing, how I can solve it. See, for every problem in the world there is a solution, and that solution you can find out yourself only if you start thinking yourself. You are not using your brain. See, 90% of the your survival in the industry, you need only common sense. But unfortunately, many people, they don't use the common sense. That is the biggest problem we face. The solution for most of the problem, it is with them, and they don't understand, they don't identify, they don't practically use it. See, every opportunity what you are getting in the industry, you need to convert it. A problem what you are facing is an opportunity for you to go up. Because your career growth, it is like you are climbing the ladders, the career ladder. Every step is some kind of knowledge. That knowledge comes out of an experience. That experience, if it is a problem, that is very solid information you are getting. So don't think that you got a very bad ship. I was struggling like anything. Don't come back and say like that. You take it as the best experience. I still believe when in 91, my ship name was Zakir Hussain. That is no more existing because it got scrapped after the fire. It was one of the worst experience for a junior engineer because I had 3 fires on board. Every equipment had problems. Every day repairs. But within 6 months, whatever I can learn maybe in 20 years, I could learn in 6 months. In fact, my naval artillery background also supported me to learn everything fast, actually. So, in the industry, if you get an opportunity to work in the most complicated thing, take it as an opportunity. If you are working in a perfect ship, totally unmanned system is there, what you are going to learn? Nothing. You are just waiting for an alarm. And the alarm, because if everything is perfect, no alarm will come. What you are going to learn? You are wasting your time. Your investment, the biggest investment, your time is getting wasted. So what is the, how you can invest your time most effectively? The first 5 years, make sure that don't jump into the salaries thing. You jump into somewhere you get the maximum experience. Because after 5 years, what happens is the ego gets developed in you. That is the problem with every human being. Your ego will not let you learn from others. If you waste that 5 years effectively, your best time is gone. That's why many people, many mariners actually, the first 5 years, they without taking break, they continuously sail because by the time maybe 28 years or something, they don't mind to learn from others. But after some time, if you go for the master's certification and other things, after in the 30s, it is quite difficult actually. You need to, because your ego will not let you learn from your juniors. Because many of your juniors will be your seniors by that time, if you relax in the beginning. In our organization, we have kept certain policies. If your skill development is not proper, that means if you are doing the same job for the next 5 years, after 5 years, if you are not upgrading yourself, you need to exit. Why should I keep a person who doesn't want to upgrade himself? He's a burden for the organization. He's a burden for the industry. So skill upgradation is your responsibility. No one else, your institute will not come and tell you, you have to do, you have to do. Your employer will not give you pressure, because the employer will say, okay, if you are not having a better certification, okay, you leave, we will find out another person for that slot. So skill upgradation is mandatory, it is your responsibility. And the career design process never stop with the academics. In fact, the real career design process starts after joining the industry. You need to have a 5-year plan. You need to have, okay, even after 20 years where you are standing, you need to have a vision. Otherwise, you simply waste your time. Once the time is lost, it is lost forever. Money, okay, you lost $1 million, no problem. You can do some other things and you can get the money back. But what about the best time of your life? Especially in the 20s. Now, most of you are all in the 20s. If you waste that time, the best, the most valuable part of your life, you are wasting. So, in the FSM, we say that the 8 hours for the mind, you need to design it in a different way. You can put 100 targets, different targets. Some are annual, you need to complete in 1 year, some in monthly, some in weekly, some daily. You need to set these 8 hours how effectively you can utilize. So you can, it is your choice. Maybe some people will put only 10 items. Some will put 25, some will put 100. Your character problems, character deficiencies. In the FSM, we say that the character analysis is done using 100 parameters. Self-evaluation is done using these 100 parameters. Then you are asking your close colleague or your friend or your family member to an analysis about your character using these 100 parameters. Then you compare it, then you go for the correction. See,
Sometimes you don't have a close friend. Why you don't have a close friend? See, the friendship is like a bridge. It will become a two-way traffic only if the bridge is set and the traffic is open for both the sides. In the FSM, we clearly say that to develop your friendship, okay, you can set a target that every week I will call 5 friends. But in a profession, what you can set is, okay, every week I will call 5 clients or 5 friends. You can set targets. So FSM will keep on reminding you. When you call 5 friends, you will get 5 calls back. When you call 5 clients, maybe the client will not call you back, but client will call you back for a job. So in the industry, we are looking for people who give something extra out of your job. Because in the duties and responsibilities, normally certain things are there and you fulfill everything. But what about, you will say that, okay, generating income for the company is not my responsibility. No. Just imagine there are 10 people in a group, 9 are working exactly as per the duties and responsibilities, but one person do that job and he is bringing some extra revenue also for the company through marketing or through branding. That is the person is going to be your superior in future. Because industry is looking for people with extra bonds. This is what missing in most of the professionals in the industry. The root cause of that thing is you join industries without talent and passion. But unfortunately, it is too late for you to change your profession. You are already into that slot. Now, only opportunity for you to get accommodated is change yourself through the character design. That is not too late. You can start today. The character deficiencies. So once you start analyzing these character deficiencies, then only you will understand where you stand really. Every person is different. Every person's character varies from time to time. But what the industry requires is a standard character who can deliver positive things for the industry. There's a huge difference between a positive mindset person and a negative mindset person. It is like looking at a door, half opened or half closed. A negative person can only look at the door as a half closed. But that is not the person we are looking at. We need people who look at the door as half opened. It's an opportunity. The negative person, he'll get out of the situation, and the positive person will get into the situation and rectify the problem. See, your IQ level varies from person to person. But even if your IQ level is little bit down, if you are systematic, you will overtake the person with the IQ level high. It is just like the race between the hare and the tortoise, what we learned in our school days. So FSM basically, what we are doing is, we are transforming or we are clubbing the qualities of a hare and a tortoise. Because tortoise is a very systematic character, where the hare is very dynamic, but there is a lazy man in a hare. So we are clubbing together this hare and tortoise to make tortoise. This is basically FSM does. I cannot come and inject some medicine to improve your IQ, but I can make you systematic. Only thing is, you need to cooperate. Once you start practicing FSM, okay, because our vision is to provide FSM for all the maritime students, not only maritime students, all the students actually, because it's an industrial requirement to make you systematic. A systematic person can never fail. You look into the people who regularly spend 2 hours for the studies. Such a person can never fail in any exam. Maybe he will not score 90% and above, but he can never fail in the exam. But unfortunately, most of the students who fail the exam look into their career, into their history. They all just open the books just before the exam. So the 8 hours you are supposed to spend for your job, because as a student your job is learning. Even I was a lazy person when I was a student. No one was there, no proper mentor was there to guide me those days. I regret. It's my a simple advice. 8 hours only you spend for your studies. After the classes, the remaining hours you effectively learn. If you get an opportunity to surf the internet, instead of going for waste subjects, because very interesting things which are not relevant for the industry is there. You can waste your time. But if you spend that time for something useful or related to the industry, it will take you to a different level. As a student, this is not the time for enjoyment. Okay, you can bring, because ultimate goal of the life is happiness. We are all living in this world to bring happiness to our life. In our company, we have a separate division for happiness. Happiness department is there. But happiness you cannot bring, you cannot get just with money. Believe me. You are all looking into professions where maximum salary is getting. No. Just imagine about a person who got proper finance management. Such a person can live, even if his salary is $1,000, he will live within $1,000. And he will make sure that happiness is there. Even if he gets 10,000, he will live within 10,000. But if your financial management is not there, even if your salary is 10,000, you will spend 15,000 and become a unhappy person. You will end up in a big financial trouble also. So this is something, no, in your curriculum it is not there. Finance management system is not there. This is something you need to develop yourself. If your career design was proper, of course the job, the 8 hours you are spending for the work, it would have brought you happiness. Just like artists, movie makers. Because why I am spending time in my life for the movies is that it brings me happiness. Not, I am working in the film industry not for money. That brings me happiness. So identify your talent and passion. Maybe it is in another field, but spend some time. A person like me who has to look after 29 companies, 73 companies in 29 countries, has time to spend time for the passion. Why you people cannot spend it? Because you haven't set it as a target. So in the FSM, we always tell people, okay, for the happiness, how we can design. This 8 hours for the mind, you put 1, 2, 3. You list only thing which can bring you happiness in that 8 hours. If you want to learn a music instrument, you set it as a target. Okay, I want to learn a music instrument. So it becomes, okay, weekly maybe you need to spend only 1 hour or 2 hours. But the time you join the course here, if you set it as a target, the time you leave the this college, you will be almost equivalent to a professional player. If you want to make a short film, you set it as a target. If you set a target that, okay, I will make a short film this month, it is in the monthly target. Within 1 month, you will make a short film, 100% sure. So list out, today after this class, make sure that list 100 items which can bring you happiness. You set it as annual targets, monthly targets, weekly targets, daily targets. So this 10 minutes of daily meditation actually bring this kind of things. Initially, when you start doing this meditation, you will never ever get maybe 5 points. Only it is just like you are doing the push-ups in the gymnasium. First day, if you try to take a push-up, you will be struggling to take 1 push-up. But daily when you practice it, after a few months, 100 push-up is nothing for you. So in the meditation process also, first day when you start, okay, what is the thing which can I can put it in this 100 my bucket list for happiness? You may get only 1. So you become a happy person. In the industry, what we face nowadays, the biggest problem is nobody is happy. You are coming to the office as an unhappy person, or you are sailing as a mariner as an unhappy person. What kind of output? You are doing some job just for your salary. No commitment, no dedication, no loyalty, no honesty, no transparency. So these are all character deficiencies. So the root cause, when you analyze, it is basically, it ends up in that you haven't designed for your happiness. In an unhappy mind, you can never develop an efficient person. Just imagine you start the day as a happy person. See, if you have problems, because when we analyze our problems in our employees, the many problems started from the family. But if there's a family problem, there's a solution for that one. So you need to solve it first before coming to the office. See, there are certain qualities you can very easily develop. Today morning, okay, I came here maybe 15 minutes in advance because it is a culture. I was taught by Germans. The first lesson was 9 o'clock, because the class is 9 o'clock means 8 hours, 59 minutes and 60 seconds it starts. If you are 100% punctual in your job, you can never be a failed professional in your career. 100% guarantee. No punctual person can be a failure. You look into the two superstars in India, Amitabh Bachchan and Rajinikanth. You ask any, because I am from the film industry also, that's why I am telling you. They are superstars not just because of their acting talent only. They are from the old school, they respect time like that. Every shoot, now also, they are all, Amitabh Bachchan is in the 80s now. They go to the studio at least, or before to the shooting set, at least 15 minutes in advance. They wait in front and on time they will be there. That's why today also I came at almost 15 minutes in advance. Because I want to make sure that because of me, the program should not be delayed by even 1 minute. It is a culture. I can never be late anywhere like this. So, today's program, take it as your carry back. Punctuality, everywhere in your life. Take it as your the real strength. Among my friends, okay, in Dubai especially, when I am called for a program, my friends especially mention, they will say your time is, because normally evening functions, some parties, they will mention the invitation 8 p.m. I'll be there sharp 8 p.m., but people will start coming after 8:30 or something. It is the Indian culture. 30 minutes delay is nothing. But in the industry, it is not like that. If you are late, it makes a big difference. Because you can miss a train if you are late by a minute. You should understand the value of that minute. You can escape from a major accident because of a split of a second. That's the difference. That's why in our company, the company motto, we say that time is money, we count even seconds. That's the way we respect time. Because we are doing a live streaming also. There is a, because across the world, many maritime institutes are now watching this program. Before concluding, I just want to share something. This FSM program is our vision to give it to every student, that you can use it for your entire career also. We have been using it in our organization for the last 10 years. It was my industrial doctorate subject. It is continuously, we are improving it. So different online, you can attend it online also. Try to attend these different contents. You go through the contents, start practicing it. Because learning is very easy. In 1 hour you can learn so many things. But unless you practice it, because punctuality, in a motivation class, I can talk about punctuality, you will get charged. But if you don't practice it, what is the use? So punctuality is something. Today onwards, after this class, if at least 10 students sitting here decide, I'll be in my whole life, I'll be 100% punctual. This visit because I am traveling all the way from Dubai to here. When I go back, I can proudly feel that at least I transformed 10 students, because that is the very beginning of your transformation. I don't want to, because I can tell you hundreds of tips regarding efficiency improvement, the industrial practice, everything, but everything is there online actually. This is not the time to talk about all the points. You just go and attend it. One by each credit will transform into a different person, and you practice it. Then only the sustainability will be there. It will sustain that your character sustainability depends on the practice. Otherwise, one day you will be perfect. Tomorrow onwards, again you will be lazy. And certain important things in the industry, because even if you are sailing, after the sailing you will be joining the industry. Like in the campus, I could see the mobiles are not allowed here. In the duty time also, because nowadays the world is changing, work from home facility is there. But the latest research says that people spend more time because you are all addicted to the social media. Don't waste your time in the social media, especially the career in the industry also. Nowadays, when we select the HR, there are different filters are there. One is social media verification. If you are in the social media, if you are no unwanted stuff you are posting, it will backfire. It shows your character. In the character analysis, it will show you whether you are political, you are fanatic or something. Why you waste your time and you mark yourself as unfit for the industry. So be very careful while using social media, especially posting unwanted stuff, getting into unwanted communication with in the groups. You may be posting some unwanted stuff. It became an issue later. So that is not to be used. It's a tip. Many people don't know that in the HR selection, this social media verification is happening. So very, very careful about your social media handling. In the industry, there are so many, because if I get at least 5 hours, I can give you more, at least 100 more tips. But in the FSM, it is there. Everything is listed as different course content. Please go back today. Try to attend, because at least 5 contents are already there in the YouTube also. You can search it. It's absolutely free, that those YouTube contents. Go there, understand it, practice it. And there are so many, because every month I go to one of the institutes and take classes. The previous contents also you can watch it. And we cut it as short clippings also. Try to attend all these contents. Try to learn about the industry. And on behalf of AMRI, on behalf of Aries Group, on behalf of IMC, let me thank the college authorities to give this venue and give an opportunity to address the students. Sometimes we will meet somewhere in the industry, because maritime industry is a closed world. We will be meeting somewhere sometime. See you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful words. The session is now open for the interactive question and answer. Now you can ask questions.
Any questions? Yeah, okay.
Now I would like to invite Commander Babu Gurucharan to receive a token of appreciation, and I would like to request Dr. Srinivasa Mayadi, Principal, and Dr. Dheeraj Hebri to present the token of appreciation. Please. I request the dignitaries to stay back for the group photo. And I also request Mighty Mariner organizing team to join for the group photo. Thank you all. Now we will take a short 10-minute tea break and we'll come back soon for more exciting session ahead. All the attendees for the attendance, please scan the QR code. I repeat, all the attendees for the attendance, please scan the QR code. Guys, can you please call your friends as soon as possible? Following our schedule, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Nikhil Idani, who will be delivering an engineering engaging presentation titled the Transition from Ship to Shore. Nikhil Idani started his career as a marine engineer on board ships, developing a deep understanding of maritime operations and engineering. Seeking new challenges, he made a bold transition to shore-based roles, leveraging his MBA in marketing to excel in sales and business development in the Middle East. This pivotal career shift allowed him to build strong relationships with ship owners, managers, and shipyards, positioning him as a trusted advisor in industry. Since 2012, as Honorary Secretary of Institute of Marine Engineering, Science Technology UAE branch, Nikhil has organized inspirational seminars that promote knowledge exchange. His contributions have earned him prestigious accolades, including the IMI Honor, Doctorate in Leadership Excellence, and IMAR EST Global Outstanding Contributions to Marine Education Award. Nikhil's journey from his ship to shore exemplifies adaptability, innovation, and leadership. Today, he shares with us his personal insight into the transformative offering guidance to mariners navigating similar paths. He is now joining us from UAE via Zoom. Let's switch to the Zoom session.
Thank you, Vishal, for that kind introduction. I'm genuinely excited to be here once again with the IMC. And I must say, I absolutely love the title, Mighty Mariner. It has a certain ring to it, which gives me an extra sense of pride being a marine engineer. Speaking of marine engineers, I understand that most of today's audience consists of marine engineering cadets from Srinivas Institute of Technology, Bangalore. If that's correct, welcome friends. While I may not be able to see all of you as I focus on my slides on my laptop, I do hope you're as enthusiastic about this session as I am. The topic that I've been asked to address today is the transition from ship to shore. It's a subject which is familiar with many of us who have sailed in the merchant navy. For you students who perhaps haven't got your sea legs, this discussion may be a bit futuristic. But one day, as serving seafarers, you'll find yourself at a crossroads, as many of us have, where the prospect of moving to a show-based role becomes a serious consideration. Like Sir Sohan Roy said, nearly 90% of seafarers at various ranks will make this transition for similar reasons before their 40th birthday. And let me assure you, it's not a decision to be taken lightly. It involves careful evaluation to mitigate risks and challenges that come with leaving the sea. Based on my own experience, I'll share some practical insights and not the textbook advice that you'll easily get from Google or from any other AI software. Instead, I'll balance theory with real life experience. Like Sir Sohan Roy said, there's a big difference between playing computer war games and holding a gun and going to war. My aim is to offer you something valuable, something actionable to help guide your future decisions. With that, let's get into the reasons why a show-based role might be worth considering. Now, I've laid this presentation out one slide per reason, and I hope it brings you some value. So let's begin. Now, some of us are fortunate enough to clearly identify our long-term professional aspirations and how a show-based role fits into those goals. If you can assess whether you prefer technical, operational, or commercial roles and secure an appropriate job, consider yourself lucky. But for those of you who are not sure of your long-term goals, don't worry, you're not alone. When I decided to transition ashore, I didn't have a clear vision of my career goal. Like many, I had a traditional mindset. After becoming a chief engineer, the natural next step seemed to be a technical superintendent. I even requested the company that I was sailing for to give me that role, but they were unable to accommodate me. Now that setback, if you might call it, led me to explore any show-based opportunity. While this approach might not work for everyone, consider it a stepping stone for some. The key takeaway here is to remain open-minded and adaptable, my friends. You may already have long-term goals in mind, and that's fantastic. But don't be afraid to adjust or even evolve those goals as opportunities arise. Sometimes the path to success is not a straight line, but I like to call it a voyage of trials and sometimes unexpected course corrections, as we say in navigation terms. So in early 2004, while I was on leave in Mumbai, that's where I come from, I came across an intriguing advertisement in the Times of India. It was for a marine sales manager in Dubai. At the time, I had no idea what a sales manager did, or even where Dubai was. For you, my friends from South India who are shocked by this admission, please bear in mind that though in those days from us Mumbaikars, Europe and America were the more familiar destinations. Of course, now Dubai has transitioned into a lighthouse of luxury and ambition. Now back to that Times of India advertisement, which listed some skill requirements. And if I remember correctly, it was something along the lines of problem solving, leadership, and effective communication, which interested me. I didn't fully understand the role, but I was intrigued by how these skills seemed to align with what I had cultivated as a seafarer. And on a whim, I applied, thinking, what's the harm? An email doesn't cost anything. By the time you're considering a show-based transition, you've likely gained a fair understanding of your core competencies and perhaps how they could transfer to land-based roles. My suggestion would be to leverage those strengths and aim for positions where your skills can shine. But do keep in mind, the perfect role might not be immediately available. If you have the luxury to wait for the right fit, that's great. However, for those eager for a quicker transition, please don't shy away from asking for help. In Dubai, we call it Vasta. And in Mumbai, we used to call it pull party, essentially a well-placed connection. Please rest assured that seeking assistance from family or friends isn't a weakness. It's in fact part of the journey. After all, the toughest job to land is the first one. Think about it. The worst outcome is your Vasta declines to help. On the other hand, in the best case scenario, they might open a door for you that leads to new opportunities. So remember, nothing ventured, nothing gained, my friends from Mangalore. Your skills and determination will take you forward to become mighty mariners. Typically, a chief engineer or captain considers transitioning into a show-based role when they've gained substantial knowledge of ship operations and maintenance. This experience often makes them attractive candidates for prospective employers. Having said that, transitioning ashore isn't limited to those who have reached the senior ranks. In the 1990s and early 2000s, when I was in India, there was a stigma around coming ashore without becoming a chief engineer or a captain. I believe and hope this mindset has changed. If you're determined to trade your sea legs for show-based opportunities, the maritime industry offers various avenues and options, such as ship management, classification societies, marine insurance, maritime education, or roles in sales, as in my case. Following market trends, there will also be new roles related to decarbonization and digitalization, the buzzwords in shipping. These new roles will require new industry knowledge. You need to have your finger on the pulse of the target sectors that show growth potential. You need to understand the current and future trends in the maritime industry, such as sustainability, digitalization, and decarbonization. Naturally, deck officers may gravitate towards navigation-focused roles like insurance or chartering, while engineers often find technical roles a better fit. However, there are no rigid rules. For instance, I currently oversee sales of PPG marine paints, a product typically managed on board by the deck department. Ironically, during my 10 years at sea as an engineer, I had no involvement with paints. In fact, one of my captain friends humorously refers to me as bosun now. So the takeaway is this: if you can demonstrate how your industry knowledge aligns with an employer's needs, you stand a solid chance of securing a shore job. The key is translating your experience into value for your prospective employer. When I decided to transition ashore, my last drawn salary as a chief engineer was $5,000 per month. Determined to hang up my sea boots and start a new chapter. I believe that with consistent performance and a bit of luck, my compensation would eventually improve. Now that's my story, but your situation might be different. It's essential to weigh the pros and cons of a show-based role. Compare the salary package with the cost of living and understand the concept require
Recording
you
in
to
progress.
temporarily set aside the monetary aspect. And this is for long-term stability and growth. The transition is a personal journey. And while financial sacrifices may be necessary, the rewards of finding a fulfilling role ashore can make it worthwhile. My humble suggestion is to be smart. Do your research and make the decision that aligns with your personal requirements of a desired lifestyle. For example, working hours, travel, and proximity to the family. From the 4th of November to the 4th of December, I was in India grieving the loss of my father. Despite this challenging period, I was duty bound to respond to emails and work full daily hours. This experience highlights a stark contrast with life on board a ship. When you're on leave from the ship, rest and relaxation, you're not overhauling engines. Unless, of course, it's the engine of your Harley Davidson, which you afforded thanks to your well-paying job. Mind you, working ashore often requires as many hours at sea, but there's the privilege of weekends with family and friends. At sea, however, months can pass without seeing your loved ones. Having said that, when you're on leave, you're completely free from work obligations. A stark difference from the demands of life ashore. My early years at sea as a bachelor were exciting. But as time went on, I realized I was missing out on life ashore. Remember, there was no internet back then. Like Sir Swan Roy reminded us, there were $8 per minute expensive phone calls, and handwritten letters were the only way to stay connected. As I approached the age of marriage, it became clear that long separations weren't ideal for everyone. Allow me, in fact, to share a personal experience. I was once in a relationship where my absence was misinterpreted as disinterest by the lady. In reality, I was working tirelessly to build a stable future for us. There were days in the engine room so hectic that I barely had time to eat or shower let alone explain my situation. Being a marine engineer comes with its challenges, physical, emotional, and social. I believe it's a career of trade-offs with, however, unique rewards and sacrifices. My hope is that as more women join the ranks of marine engineers, and I was happy to hear from Sir Sohan Roy that there are a large number of lady cadets in the room. So hopefully partnerships will become easier and there will be more understanding. Until then, having an empathetic parent, mentor, or friend can make all the difference. They help you navigate tough times and tough decisions and provide clarity in moments of doubt. After all, life at sea is not just a profession, it's a way of life. And the decisions we make shape our voyages both on and off the water. When considering career advancement, it's essential to evaluate the availability of opportunities in your current location or determine if relocation might be necessary. If relocation is on the cards, factors such as living conditions, cultural adaptability, and the cost of living might be necessary and thoughtfully weighed, especially if moving internationally. I remember when I first applied for a position in Dubai. At the time, I didn't even know where Dubai was, nor did I have any contacts in the region. However, I quickly discovered that relocation was straightforward, and in fact, Dubai warmly welcomed expats with open arms. Relocating may be daunting, but it often opens doors to new professional growth and personal experiences. It requires adaptability and a willingness to step out of your comfort zone, but the rewards can be extraordinary. No matter where you decide to settle, building and leveraging professional networks is key to opening doors. You should try to connect with colleagues, alumni, and be part of reputed maritime organizations like the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology for Marine Engineers. I urge you to attend industry seminars and networking events to explore opportunities and gain insights. By the way, networking isn't just about exchanging business cards. It's about building genuine relationships based on mutual respect and shared values. Approach it with sincerity, adaptability, and like I stated in the previous slide, in Rome, do as the Romans. And equally important, have the wisdom to establish the right connections. And you will find opportunities present itself in ways you will least expect. When I moved to Dubai, I didn't know a single person. My father, who was a captain, with his wisdom and integrity, shared advice that became my guiding principle. Navigate with your moral compass. Trust is built on ethical conduct, especially in the maritime world. This advice has stayed with me. People do business with people that they trust. When I began my show career, I approached it with clarity and a deep commitment to the values my father instilled in me. Now, while I encourage honesty and transparency, it's important to balance those qualities with discernment. let's not be too naive. Not everyone operates with noble intentions. As they say, just because you don't eat tigers doesn't mean tigers won't eat you. Focus on giving your best effort and staying true to your principles. Yes, there will be those who may envy your progress. Let them be. Don't let their negativity sway your values or commitment. While it might seem that the schemers and bosses, chamchas, rise quickly, remember this: people are perceptive and authenticity always shines through. Truth has a way of prevailing, even if it takes time. I have, however, found myself in workplaces where favoritism overshadows merit. For example, promotions going to the boss's yes men or yes women. And those workplaces did not align with my values. And I was keen on finding a new job. However, an appropriate position took time. Some people are comfortable playing whatever role is needed to please the boss. Let's be honest, there is no universal right or wrong here. Everyone's ambitions and moral thresholds differ. Some may choose to climb the ladder by any means necessary, aspiring to reach senior leadership roles. Others may prefer to hold on to their principles, even if it means staying in mid-management levels. Both choices are valid. What truly matters is finding satisfaction and peace in your journey. In the end, success isn't solely about titles. It's about, according to me, integrity and being proud of the path you've chosen. When stepping into a new role ashore, you may want to consider investing in upskilling to increase competitiveness. In fact, Sir Sohan Roy made reference to this too. 5 years after I became a sales manager for a ship repair company, I realized I lacked the competency to tackle complex business issues. I invested 60,000 dirhams in an executive MBA, attending evening classes after my work. I must admit, I had several sleepless nights during those 18 months. But in the end, it was a transformational program. I was involved with a vibrant business school community and learned from experienced colleagues and faculty a wide range of sectors with diverse global perspectives. The best part was, even before I completed the EMBA, I was offered a job with 100% increase in compensation. So you see, my friends, from Srinivas Institute of Technology, the benefits can be very tangible. You may get lucky if your conscientious employer sponsors your higher education. I had to pay myself. Yet, whatever is the case, upskilling can get you that professional edge to become a strategic leader. Personal motivation, according to me, is a key driver of transition. You need to reflect on your reasons for transitioning ashore, whether it's for health reasons, family commitments, or the desire to take on new challenges. In 2004, I swapped my oil-stained boiler suit for a business suit, driven by the ambition to broaden my horizons. I sought a role that would leverage my engineering knowledge and, on the other hand, explore the commercial side of the maritime industry. I believe that my technical background, coupled with an interest in sales and business development, provided the perfect opportunity to engage with clients, understand their needs, and offer innovative solutions. In my current role, I work with PPG, introducing advanced coatings to ship owners that protect their vessels, reduce operational costs, and promote energy efficiency. This position allows me to bridge the gap between technical maritime operations and the business strategies that more or less fuel the industry. It's a role that satisfies both my desire for professional growth and my passion for innovation. And as you consider your own transition, I encourage you to ensure that your personal motivation aligns with the realities and demands of a show-based role. Whether it's the promise of fresh challenges or the pursuit of work-life balance, your motivation should serve as your guide towards a fulfilling career ashore. Now that we've explored the various reasons to transition ashore, so what's next? Well, to kickstart your journey, I recommend registering on marine job platforms and setting up alerts. You never know when a suitable opportunity might arise. If you're fortunate to secure a timely breakthrough, that's fantastic. But if not, please be patient, yet remain persistent while waiting for the right opportunity. With internet access on most ships today, you can continue your job search even while on board. Decide wisely whether or not to inform your current employer about your plans. They might even offer a suitable position in their show management office. On the other hand, if you truly enjoy serving on board and find fulfillment in being a ship's engineer, I encourage you to stay the course. Like any profession, both sea and shore roles come with their unique advantages and challenges. Ultimately, whatever path you choose, remember that all plans hinge on your physical and mental well-being. Please prioritize safety above all when you're at sea and ensure you're always fit to seize future opportunities. Bon voyage, my friends from Srinivas Institute of Technology. May you go full steam ahead and become the mighty mariners you're destined to be. Over to you, Mr. Vishal.
Thank you so much for watching those videos. We hope you enjoyed them. Let's now take a break and enjoy lunch. We'll continue after the meal. A gentle reminder to all the offline participants to make their attendance via QR code after lunch.
I'm not sure if you're talking to me, Vishal, but there's a lot of echo and I'm unable to hear you. Can you hear me? Well, I'm not talking. Can you hear me now? Right. If there was an announcement being made and I was involved, I couldn't understand because there was lots of echo. I can hear you loud and clear now. Okay.
Thank you so much for watching those videos.
Yes, I do see 6 questions from Nisha, and I was hoping, I did peruse them prior to my presentation, and I was hoping that I had addressed them as I went through. So do you still want me to go through them? Okay. Yes, of course. From my side, yes. Okay.
Thank you, Nikhil, for your insightful and truly eye-opening.
Okay. Can I log off?
In today's rapidly evolving
Now let's take a moment to learn about AI/MRI and how it's shaping the future of maritime research. The Aries International Maritime Research Institution is a cutting-edge education institute with vision a revolutionizing industrial education. Founded to bridge the gap between academic learning and industrial expertise, AI/MRI aims to create a comprehensive and immersive learning environment that integrates academic knowledge with industry practices, fostering continuous skill development, innovation, and efficiency. It is a mission to transform the industrial education landscape. AI/MRI is dedicated to nurturing professionals who are ready to excel from one in the industry and equipped with pursue successful career paths. Having trained over 100 cohorts and more than 2,000 young professionals, AI/MRI leverages the power of visual content and cutting-edge technology to democratize education, making it accessible to all, ensuring every professional has the opportunity to thrive in their chosen field. Essentially focused on training and upskilling individuals in maritime sector, AI/MRI has since expanded its research encompasses all industries. With an extensive library of over 25,000 hours of training, content coverage, technical skills, soft skill development, and productivity enhancement tools, AI/MRI is committed to establishing itself as a primary destination for professionals, industry training, the Oxford of Industrial Education. Can we have the AV, please?
In today's rapidly evolving While traditional educational institutions provide foundational knowledge, they often fall short of aligning graduate skills with real-world industry demands. This presents an opportunity to merge academic insights with practical experience, providing new professionals and students entering the industry with a richer, more hands-on learning experience, enabling them to excel in their chosen careers. Aries International Maritime Research Institute, known as AMRI, is the realization of this opportunity. With headquarters in Sharjah, United Arab Emirate, and an affiliated institute in Kochi, India, AMRI bridges the gap between academia and industry by bringing seasoned industrial leaders and veterans into the classroom, offering students the invaluable opportunity to learn directly from those with real-world expertise. AMRI is meticulously designed to meet the specific demands of the modern workforce,
offering a unique blend of technical training and soft skills development. More than just a university, Amory is a dynamic hub for lifelong learning and career development. Here, students and professionals alike can connect with distinguished mentors and industry legends, individuals whose careers serve as both educational resources and sources of inspiration. Initially established to cater to professionals in the maritime sector for its parent company, Aries Marine, Amory has since expanded its reach across various industries. Amory offers a wide range of technical courses, including those in maritime, film, and quality, health, safety, and environment certifications. These programs are designed to equip individuals with the technical expertise and specialized skills required to thrive in diverse industrial sectors. With an extensive library of over 25,000 hours of training content covering technical proficiency, soft skills, and productivity tools, Amory has firmly positioned itself as a premier destination for professional industry training, the Oxford of industrial education. Under the visionary leadership of its founder, Sir Sohan Roy, Amory has pioneered EFISM, a groundbreaking tool designed to improve individual efficiency. Built around the 1:1:1 principle, balancing karma, body, and mind, EFISM promotes a harmonious and productive lifestyle. To further integrate this philosophy, Amory developed the HeartOIS training program, a structured certification focused on enhancing personal and professional efficiency through time management and personal development. Amory also offers a variety of skill enhancement programs tailored to professionals across industries. The Amory Certified Continuous Industry Trained Professional Program provides a forward-thinking learning path for seasoned professionals with certifications that enhance both industrial efficiency and individual skills. Through a variety of specialized programs, including technical courses, quality, health, safety, and environment certifications, and custom human resource training, Amory helps individuals and organizations alike keep pace with the demands of an ever-changing industrial landscape. In its mission to tap into the wealth of knowledge held by industry legends, Amory offers biography creation services, capturing the professional journeys and life lessons of these influential figures and immortalizing their experiences in print. Amory also celebrates the careers and contributions of industry stalwarts through its prestigious Honorary Industrial Doctorate program, with over 95 recipients to date, including Dr. Ravi Meritre of Foresight Group, UK, and Dr. Emmanuel Grimaldi, Chairman of the International Chamber of Shipping and Managing Director of the Grimaldi Group. The Honorary Industrial Doctorate symbolizes the highest recognition an individual can receive from Amory for their remarkable careers. Amory cultivates lasting relationships with these industry legends, bringing them onto its elite career advisory panel. This panel draws on their expertise to craft innovative career design programs for young professionals and students entering the workforce, serving as a vital connector. Amory bridges the knowledge and experience of industry leaders with those seeking mentorship and career guidance. Amory is redefining what it means to be industry ready. It is more than a university. Amory is an IndiVarsity, the nexus of a global learning ecosystem that connects industry leaders with the professionals and students of tomorrow, setting new standards for the future of work.
Success in any field demands more than just skills. It requires a perfect blend of speed and persistence. Inspired by the timeless lesson of hare and tortoise, AIMRI's HeartOIS certification is an industry-recognized program designed to enhance individual efficiency through a comprehensive approach to time management and personal growth. Built on the 1:1:1 time management principle, balancing mind, body, and karma, the program incorporates EFFISM, efficiency improvement system management, emphasizing 100 key management principles. These principles guide participants in mastering both personal and professional growth, enabling them to navigate the complexities of corporate world with the speed of hare and the steady reliance of tortoise. Dividing sustain success. The philosophy will be explained in upcoming video. Throughout the event, we will be introducing 10 hair ties level 1 topic and credit at various intervals, all related to parameters for industrial readiness and efficiency improvement. These topics will provide valuable insights into how we can enhance efficiency and preparedness in industrial setting. We are also excited to announce that hair ties level 1 credits will be made available to students after the event. The credentials and access detail will be shared directly to your email. So to be sure to check your inbox. Stay tuned. We'll dwell into these important topics. AV, please.
Hi, I'm Nia Roy. There are several parameters that can affect one's efficiency, and the first and foremost of them all is time management. There are 24 hours in a day, and this is a constant for all. So to be efficient, you need to split your time into 3 parts, 1-to-1-to-1 for a balanced body, mind, and karma, and that too with proper breaks. So proper sleep and physical exercises are required for the body. And anything ranging between mindfulness practices, entertainment, spending time with your loved ones are required for the mind. A third of your time equates to 240 hours in a month, and this is for your karma. And this also includes your travel time. Therefore, unless you have a driver to help you with your travels, it is advised to stay closer to your workplace to improve your efficiency. Time is money. I firmly believe where work is worship, time is God, and clocks are your idols. So always respect your time and be punctual. So count every minute while you're planning or executing your jobs, because any time spent for incompetent jobs or reworks will lead to an efficiency drain hole. Goals. A person without a goal or target in life is like a stranded ship in an ocean. So first set your life goals and your 5-year plan. And this is followed by your yearly, monthly, weekly, and daily goals to achieve them. Have a strategy to achieve each and every goal on your checklist. And make sure this is accessible on your mobile devices so that you don't miss out on any one of them, even by mistake. And you can even set alarms to remind you. Delegations. Delegations are an important quality of a leader, which can help you complete your jobs on time and economically. It is also important to not compromise on the quality, so delegate to the right, cheaper manpower as well as subcontractors. Things to do. Besides a routine job under your duties and responsibilities, you should also have a to-do list for the day. Now this includes previously planned jobs, carry forwarded jobs from the previous day, and newly identified tasks. This should be followed by an appreciation or an observation from your superior for a smooth and quality execution of your jobs. Review. A daily planning of your downline should be reviewed in the first half an hour of the day, and any flaws must be corrected in the morning itself so that they can take the corrective measures in time. A planned job must have a progressive checkpoint from start to end to ensure its timely and quality completion. And this is irrespective of the job being your own or your downline's. Technology utilization. Efficiency in the modern days depends on the effective utilization of technologies such as mobile gadgets, computers, softwares, and apps. Therefore, individuals must have proper training to use these devices with necessary softwares and apps to make technology their best companion. Working environment. The infrastructure and the management outlook must also be supportive to beat the records of your karma against time. If your working environment lacks good ambience, motivation, communication and network speed, professional management, HR and IT support, then your valuable time may be wasted. Prioritization. Common sense and logical thinking is required to make a priority list. This is because the importance and the value of your jobs vary from case to case. Therefore, it is your responsibility to have a priority list as a part of your planning, and this should also apply to your personal jobs as well. Job skills. You can only be a master at your job provided that you have the appropriate skill set, which in turn makes you extremely efficient. For this, you must have proper training, leadership, experience, work procedure, right tool selection, and industrial awareness, etc. So here it is. These are the 10 parameters that you need to manage your time efficiently at your workplace.
We have completed the video on time management. Now we'll be moving on to career design management on screen. AV please.
Hi, I'm Nia Roy, and on this video we will be talking about career design management. The very purpose of an education is to have a career for your livelihood and for your character development. Unfortunately, even after 2 decades of struggle, most of us fail to design a career matching with our talent, passion, and skill. So we automatically become inefficient and frustrated if 4 of these elements don't fall in line. So your talent isn't born, your passion comes out of interest, your skills are acquired through training, and your career through your profession. So in other words, think about it in this way. Your talent is like your child, your passion is like your lover, your skill is your character, and your career is like your marriage. So to have an everlasting happily married life, you need all of these 4 elements to come under one roof. So let's have a short trip to the 10 stages of the career design management. Talent identification. Every person is born with a talent, but most of us fail to identify it. So from a very young age, students spend more time with their friends, whom tend to be the best reflections of their hidden talent. So with the proper guidance from mentors, talent clubs managed by students will be the best platform to identify and showcase these talents. Passion identification. Since your passion is portrayed through your behaviors, your parents can easily identify this. So this can even be observed through their self-interest, through the time and efforts that they have invested on their talents, through the conversations that they have, the research that they do, and even the competitive attitude that they have towards others in the same field. So this is where mentors and parents should guide you to choose the right path, because there may be so many options to choose from. Talent and passion development. So once you have identified your talent and passion, it is your responsibility to set your targets for its growth and its development. So this is when mentors and parents should motivate you by giving you a progressive review and also by helping you take the necessary corrective measures. Character molding. The basic character of a person can be shaped to a great extent, especially by fine-tuning the ego. This enhances your personality, which allows you to become more charismatic. There are several elements that contribute to building your character. For example, like having leadership skills, being dynamic, being proactive, being a good listener, having a positive attitude, knowing how to manage your crisis, being result-oriented, and having a systematic approach. Therefore, a counselor can be consulted at this stage for a better assessment. Career options. If you look through the career guide list, you can see that there are thousands of career options. So if you have identified your talent and passion which aligns with your basic characteristic traits, then you can disregard most of the unwanted areas. So your HR consultant can guide you to get a better picture about your industrial, academic, and research sector needs that is suitable for your career growth and your self-development. So it's the responsibility of the schools to have the consultations done in the presence of parents. Career design. In addition to the points that I have mentioned earlier, a constructive mentorship and a parental support is essential for your career design. It's better to have the first stage of your career design completed by the age of 12 years old, followed by a second round of specialization within 3 years. This would help you to avoid courses that are not required for your career path. Skills development. You need to have around 10,000 hours of practice to become a master in any field. So the career design process depends on how soon you can get into the skill development phase. However, the quality of that phase depends on the training system, the trainers, the dedication, industrial exposure, and the latest technology utilization. A 5-year goal setting is mandatory for this stage. So a character development to suit the industrial needs should be completed as a part of this. So campus projects, internships, startup ventures shall also play a major role in career build-up. Professional placement. So even though you have completed your career design, the most critical decision of your career will be the selection of your very first job, as the professional journey will start from that point. The first 5 years in that field will make you a master with job satisfaction and efficiency, but given that you don't offer an alternative career choice based on a better salary. Entrepreneurship. Startups at your schools and universities are launch pads of entrepreneurship. So if you have a passion for it, never miss to take a shot at it. However, it is advisable to have at least 5 years of service as a professional to master the skills before becoming an entrepreneur. Retirement. It is recommended to have set your retirement goals well in advance. So therefore, your retirement plans should be part of your long-term goals. But it is a fact that you may find it very hard to retire if your passion, your talent, your skill, and your profession align, as you would want to enjoy sweet moments until your very last breath. So here it is. These are the 10 guidelines that can assist you in designing your career path.
Thank you so much for watching those videos. We hope you enjoyed them. Let's now take a break and enjoy lunch. We'll continue the session after the meal. A gentle reminder for all the participants, offline participants, to mark their attendance. The QR code has been provided outside near that tea table. Please do scan that and mark your attendance. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I trust you all had wonderful and engaging break. We kindly ask all the attendees to scan the QR code shown on this display to register your presence. We appreciate your cooperation in this. Let's begin exploring the fantastic seminar we have prepared for this for this remaining sessions. Our first session post-lunch is Hair Toys Level 1 videos. You will now watch our first video on topic Religion of Hair Toys, followed by another video of efficiency checklist. AV please.
And today we will be talking about the religion of our toys. EFISM, or an efficiency improvement system management, is a management system that is suitable for your corporate or your personal life to improve the efficiency and the quality of your work. In fact, it is a replacement for the quality management system that is currently being used. So the system essentially identifies and eradicates the efficiency drain holes in any system or an individual to increase the quantity and the quality of the output through proper time management. Now let's look at the 10 major aspects of EFISM. Survival of the efficient. Today is not about the survival of the fittest anymore, but it is the survival of the efficient that matters for a future competitive world of AI, blockchain, and robotics. Therefore, one can use the efficiency improvement system to self-transform and reach new heights irrespective of their beliefs or ideologies. Undoubtedly, EFISM has the potential to be one of the most powerful weapons in the fight for existence. Heart toys. We all know the story of the hare and the tortoise. So and today we will be talking about the religion of a hard toys. EFISM, or an efficiency improvement system management, is a management system that is suitable for your corporate or your personal life to improve the efficiency and the quality of your work. In fact, it is a replacement for the quality management system that is currently being used. So the system essentially identifies and eradicates the efficiency drain holes in any system or an individual to increase the quantity and the quality of the output through proper time management. Now let's look at the 10 major aspects of EFISM. Survival of the efficient. Today is not about the survival of the fittest anymore, but it is the survival of the efficient that matters for a future competitive world of AI, blockchain, and robotics. Therefore, one can use the efficiency improvement system to self-transform and reach new heights irrespective of their beliefs or ideologies. Undoubtedly, EFISM has the potential to be one of the most powerful weapons in the fight for existence. Hard toys. We all know the story of the hare and the tortoise. So anyone who has the pace of the hare and the systematic approach of the tortoise is known as hard toys. In our professional and academic lives, we are filled with the hunger and passion, just like the hare, but unfortunately, due to our hidden lazy characteristics, we tend to lose our race to a slow-moving tortoise. So the day we transform ourselves into a hard tortoise by using EFISM, we can win any race in life. Driving targets. We only have one life, and our dynamic professional lifespan tends to be 35 years or 13,000 days, but we don't have many goals set for it. However, for a hard toys, every day is a new life or a new year with numerous exciting goals. So it is your choice on how you wish to make use of EFISM by effectively setting your annual, monthly, weekly, daily goals to reach new heights and achieve your job satisfaction. 1 to 1 to 1 is equal to body to mind to karma. One needs energy to do karma, and your mind and body both have inbuilt mechanism to provide this energy for you. Therefore, to become efficient through EFISM, your mind, body, and karma should be well balanced by utilizing the 24 hours you have equally. Mental relaxation can be achieved when you de-stress the mind through spiritual practices, through spending time with your loved ones, or even through entertainment. However, your body requires fitness as well as enough time to rest and recover. The time that then remains is spent for your karma, and this also includes your travel time to your workplace. Work is worship. For a hard toys, work is worship, time is God, and clocks are idol. Imagine missing your train by a few seconds. This would instantly make you understand the value of time. Therefore, it's a known fact that money cannot buy you time. For a punctual hard toys molded by EFISM, 8 hours is equal to 7 hours, 59 minutes, 60 seconds, as they will be accountable for every minute that they spend according to their predefined hourly rate. Character development. EFISM has identified 200 parameters which are used to measure and monitor your efficiency. The permanent strength availed through character development allows one to be more efficient and have more self-confidence. So few of the traits that contribute to improving your efficiency include leadership skills, common sense, dynamic nature, positive attitude, punctuality, dedication, determination, proactiveness, communication, technology utilization, humility, and creative skills. Health is wealth. There are times when even wealth fails to provide the health you need to survive. Since being healthy is vital for your efficiency, EFISM insists that every organization should have its own well-defined health management system and ensure that it's improving every year. This can be measured by having a declining claim rate for your medical claims. So support and motivate your employees to prioritize their health and make healthy lifestyle changes. Mind, the powerhouse. The mind is a source of creation for ideas, for decision making, for generating dreams, emotions, empathy, communication, and passion. So this is why recharging, relaxing, and having a positive mindset is so important. So as I have mentioned earlier, entertainment, spiritual practices, spending time with your friends and family, and even going to therapy can help you do this. So make sure you truly take time off during weekends and holidays. Harvest happiness. The very purpose of an individual's life journey tends to be to harvest happiness. It's not money or power that brings you real joy. It's the achievement of your goals, having good health, having meaningful relationships, giving back to people with gratitude that gives you real happiness. FSM allows you to design your destiny in such a way that you can do it all while having an active mind, body, and karma. Design your destiny. Your life is an accumulation of days, so if you can plan and execute your activities in a day, then you can design your destiny. Therefore, it is up to you to decide your strategy, goals, pace, direction, quantity, quality, and the cost involved to reach your destination. According to FSM, your destiny is designed by your karma, and your karma is designed by you, which then leads to a joyous and fulfilled life. So in a nutshell, FSM is a religion of the heart toys. So we welcome you all into this group of future professionals to drive you, your organization, your nation, your industry to new heights along with your personal enlightenment. We shall guide you to become a heart toys using FSM. Welcome back to FSM or Efficiency Improvement System Management Training Session. This Heart Toys credit is mainly for entrepreneurs, CEOs, and organization heads. However, others can also use this as a checklist to know how efficiently your organization is operating and to identify the scope of FSM through which you can improve your system. FSM is the first validated industrial research product of Aries International Maritime Research Institute, with 6 international papers and 6 years of industrial application. Even though FSM has more than 200 parameters for your efficiency evaluation, this checklist for the initial evaluation of your efficiency includes only 25 parameters. This will give you a brief idea about your efficiency drain holes in your system which need immediate corrective actions. Since it's practically impossible to monitor 200 parameters manually, FSM has the right software for you to make your life easier than before. Efficiency is output divided by input. And in an organization, the inputs are working time, efforts, money, client base, reputation, IPs, softwares, technology, IT management equipment, infrastructure, potential and behavior of HR, KPIs, planning, audits, marketing, branding, training strategy, health management, information sharing, communication, network, cost control measures, and motivation. So currently, the industry is following a quality management system which does not ensure the efficiency and the continual improvement because there's no ways to measure it. Undoubtedly, the profitability of any organization is directly proportional to the efficiency of its employees. This is why our efficiency management system is more powerful than any quality management system. So here are the 25 parameters. Do you have a system or a scale to measure the efficiency of each staff in your organization? Do you have a health management system to reduce your health-related expenses each year, including your medical leaves? Do you have a cell phone management system for your staff where they can improve their efficiency by using at least 25 useful applications on their phone or other major operating features to save time, money, and efforts. Do you have an effective training system in your organization to train your staff on regular intervals to improve their skills, character, and provide them information about the company's policies and procedures, along with an exam system to analyze their level of understanding about the training system? Do you have a system to ensure that each and every staff of your organization has a concrete monthly, weekly, daily plans and KPIs set that can be reviewed by their superiors? And can such tasks be verified by you personally on a daily basis? Do you have a mobile app management for monitoring your entire company's operations, including online training, market output data management, daily work progress, planning, review, etc.? Do you follow a system where it is mandatory for your staff to complete their daily tasks within 24 hours instead of procrastinating and leaving it to the next day? If the system or the network in your organization is not working with at least 80% efficiency or speed, do you have a system to correct it within 15 minutes? Do you have a system where you can access the entire organization tree to view their HR details with their entire work history, progress, planning, and instantly establish communication with any level without any mediators? Do you have a system for your staff where they can come forward and share their ideas, their serious concerns, their genuine tasks to the top management directly without having any blocks from their superiors on their hierarchy grounds, including reporting an emergency matter? Is it possible for you to audit the activities of up to 50 people who are under you in 30 minutes and even provide audit comments, appreciations, observations, NCRs, and etc., even if you are in another country? Is it possible for any of your staff to delegate or share a task to another division and get it done urgently and on time without any difficulty? Is it possible for your staff to clear off their petty cash online on a daily basis after the verification and approval from their supervisor? Do you have a system to automatically generate an accurate timesheet for the entire staff, including the CEO as well? Do you have a system to identify the worst performing 10% in the company to track their improvement in the last 6 months or announce their exit? Do you have a system to help you maintain the average age of your organization for the purpose of keeping it young like when it was initially formed? Do you have a system to make sure that the entire workforce is aware of their duties and responsibilities and their KPIs with continual improvement? Do you have a system to monitor activities and the output of the marketing team or any other staff who are also ready to support marketing and branding? Do you have a system to ensure that every staff of your organization understands the value of time and punctuality, as this will allow your clients to trust your timely services? Do you have a system to identify regular latecomers, individuals with insufficient working hours, leaders, hard workers, individuals that are systematic, result-orientated, loyal, crisis managers, talented, etc.? Do you have a system to monitor who's been audited, when, how long, and if such individuals have been provided the specific improvement suggestions, appreciations, observations, NCRs, and corrective action? Do you have a system to make use of the latest technologies as well as the underutilized potential of the company staff, just like the IPs, approvals, clients, contacts, equipment, space, opportunity, talent, etc., to increase your revenue? Is there any system in your company to do self-assessment, downline assessment, and superior assessment? Is there any system in your company which allow you to list out the information on the academic qualifications upgradations, industrial training, in-house training, and awards of all your employees in their personal files and tap their skills and potential. Is there any system in your company which can help you increase your profit by reducing the operating costs by plugging in the efficiency drain holes? I'm sure that most of you must have got yes for less than 5 of these parameters and maybe a partial yes for more, but it would still be less than 10. FESIM can help you achieve a solid yes for all of these 25 questions listed above. Don't forget that this is not just about improving your efficiency, it is also about your profit. So with FESIM, you can increase your profit proportionally, and it is all your choice.
I sincerely appreciate you taking the time to view these videos. I trust they provided valuable insight and were engaging to watch. Our next session is an online session led by Captain A. Nagaraj Subbarao, PhD. Captain Nagaraj is Dean, School of Commerce and Management Studies and Professor, Leadership and Strategy, Dayanand Sagar University, Bengaluru, as well as a Dean, Strategy and Development at Dayanand Sagar University. He is a Master Marine too and specialized in navigation and ocean engineering. He has a PhD in Organization Behavior and Human Resource Management, an MPhil and MBA in Human Resource Management, and an advanced specialization in Strategic Leadership from the University Illinois Urban Campaign, USA. Prior to his decade and a half in the academic, he spent over 20 years in Merchant Navy and commanded state-of-art ships. He has a unique distinction of leading multinational crew through adverse circumstances all over the world. Let's welcome Captain A. Nagaraj Subbarao on screen to present the topic Crisis Management and Decision Making for Maritime Leaders. Switch on to Zoom presentation, please. I request you all to sit silently for 5 minutes until the video is presented.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Yeah. Please turn sharing on. Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me. You can hear me? Great.
Yes, sir.
So it's nice to be here. And my name is Captain Nagaraj Subbarao. I am a master mariner, sailed on ships for several years, just to introduce myself quickly. And in 2007, I decided to do something else. So I am now a professor. I'm also the dean of a business.
Recording in progress.
I'm also the dean of a business school. And along the way, I collected a PhD in management. My specializations are strategy and leadership. And I've got a specialization, like you might have read, in strategic leadership from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign in the United States. So I am both captain and professor, and very interesting that I've been given sort of an area to talk about, that is crisis management and decision making. Yeah, crisis management and decision making for maritime leaders. Now, all of you are, and I got a picture of my audience, and all of you, it takes me back to 1983 when I was a cadet like you. Very interestingly, it brought back some nostalgic memories. And I hope you're having a good time, because being a cadet is a wonderful time of learning. It's a wonderful time of experience. All of you must be between 17 and 20, and it's a great place to be in. And then I think in about, say, a couple of years or 3-4 years, you will be on ships. But of course, I am speaking to you from hindsight and also from my experience as an academician and as a person who has a deep understanding of strategy, leadership, management, and so on and so forth, which I actually, which I gathered over the years, fundamentally as a professor as well. So I'm going to give you a brief idea about risk, crisis, and decision making. So please understand that there is only one reason, and only one reason why either in the corporate world there are managers, or on ships there are officers, and that is to make sound decisions. Why do you make sound decisions? Fundamentally, to solve problems. So with a brief introduction, I will share a slide, just to keep you anchored to what I'm talking about. Of course, I would also like to thank the International Maritime Club, UK, which invited me for this talk. It's a great pleasure to be here. And also the Aries International Maritime Research Institute, which gave me this opportunity to talk to you students at the Srinivas Institute in Mangaluru. So as you may or may not know, I am speaking to you from Karnataka, that is Bengaluru, and it's a pleasure to be here. So let's kind of cut to the chase, and let me take you straight deep dive. So, so this is what I'm going to talk about, and I hope all of you can see my slide. And I'm going to talk about crisis management and decision making on ships. Of course, maritime safety is something very, very important for all of us. And I was sort of, when I had to do this talk, I was looking at some marine disasters. And one of the recent ones, of course, which resulted in the death of 32 people, was the Concordia. And the Concordia, believe it or not, is an Italian ship which sort of sank very quickly. It now lies at its side in the Mediterranean Sea. And why did it sink? Because the captain thought that he should sail close to land and give a salute to people on the land. A very strange reason for flouting safety norms and so on and so forth. But the ship eventually sank, and maybe if I get some time, I'll show you a picture or play a short video. I will also sort of play a short video, and I hope you can hear, basically about an incident which occurred in 2010. The Concordia occurred in 2012. The incident that I'm talking about occurred in 2010. And whenever I go to New York, I go to this place at Manhattan on the Hudson River, just because it's a great incident. And it has fantastic learning. And all of you should research it a little bit. So I have a short space of time, and I understand it's raining heavily there, so I lost 4 or 5 minutes, so I'll deep dive into what I'm talking about. So crisis management is the process of responding effectively to unexpected events. And please believe me that on ships you always have unexpected events. Nothing comes with a warning. One of the ways of mitigating that is to be well prepared. And that's why you have drills, you have safety drills, you have maintenance schedules, and you have all sorts of things going on, which maybe other organizations don't have, because the risk factor is very, very, very high. And you must understand that. So it's always better to be prepared. It's always better to be safe than to be sorry. A good way of doing it is to be prepared. So why is it so important for you guys? Because it ensures safety of crew, cargo, and vessel. And that is the order. Please remember this. It's always passengers, crew, cargo, and vessel. In any which way you want to slice and dice this, there is no change in that order. Human life is the most important. And whose human life? If you're carrying passengers, then it's critical for them. And then you have crew, that is yourselves, and cargo, and the vessel, which is a huge asset, multi-million-dollar asset. Next, sustainability is very important. You can't go around damaging oceans, the seas. Just think about it. 25 years back, Captain Hazelwood, who sailed from Alaska, Anchorage, to Long Beach in California, off Los Angeles. He was a drunk captain. He ran his ship aground and spilled 58,000 tons of crude oil into the sea. And 25 years later, the flora and fauna in the Bering Straits, in the Bering Sea, is still impacted. 25 years it has taken to undo the damage caused by one drunken captain. So we are playing a high-stakes game here. You are going to play a high-stakes game whenever you get on board ships. So very important to understand that, number one, you are in a high-risk area. Number two, it is better to be prepared. Number three, if unfortunately an accident or an event or an incident happens, how do you react? What do you do? How do you prepare yourself? And four, you cannot take this job lightly, because the impact is massive in terms of human life, asset loss, environmental damage, loss to your organization, insurance costs, and so on and so forth. So it also protects maritime reputation and compliance, which is very, very important. Compliance, you have various compliances that you have to follow in terms of the environment, safety of the ship, safety of men on board and women on board. I saw a lot of cadets who are women, and that's fantastic. That's a change from my time. We were a class full of young men. There were no women. So I'm happy to see that there are women who seem to be entering this profession in fairly large numbers now. So what are some of the key decision-making principles? So wherever you go, whether it's on a ship or anywhere else, you need to be situationally aware. You need to understand that where you are and what is happening around you. Situational awareness is something, and I'm sorry to say this, after having traveled the world and gone everywhere, to many parts of the world, doesn't come easily to Indians. Where are we and what are we doing is something that you need to concentrate on. So understanding what's happening and the potential risks. And like I mentioned, prioritize life, environment, and property. And you need to take rapid, decisive action. You have to take quick action. There's no time to sit and then mull over, what should I do if you're attacked by pirates and so on and so forth. That is why you have drill, or there's a man overboard, or there's a fire on board. And I have had several instances in the course of my 22 years at sea, from 25 years at sea, from a cadet to captain and beyond. I've had man overboards, I have fire on a ship, I've been attacked by pirates, I've been on a sinking ship, and so on, and seen many, and I have had medical cases on board. So I've seen many cases of crises. The point is to act decisively and act correctly. And how does that happen? That comes from training, and that comes from being prepared all the time. And you need to be adaptable. You need to be ready to change plans as needed. Let me give you an example. So one of my ships, old ships, I was undergoing repairs, and then we sailed out. And when we sailed out, after a couple of days, one of my, the bosun came and told me, sir, it seems to be a fire. So apparently somebody was welding, and since there was an old ship, there were old log books stored in a deep tank. And that had caught fire. It was smoldering for a couple of days. And when we went out to sea, it sort of blew up. Now I had to put that fire out. And it was a very scary situation because it was a deep tank. We couldn't reach it easily. And so I ordered the self-contained breathing apparatus to be brought out and said, look here, chums, I need a volunteer. I need somebody to sort of put this on. And I suppose all of you know what a self-contained breathing apparatus is. And so I said somebody should go down with a hose, hatchet, and so on and so forth, and put the fire out. Now it so happened that the access to that area was restricted, and with the two cylinders on the back in a backpack, a person could not go down. Now we were in a fix. Now if somebody cannot go down with the SCBA, what do we do? How do we put this out? And then somebody got a bright idea and said, Captain, why don't we use the bellows? And I don't know whether the bellows still exist on ships. This was a foot bellow. It's like a large balloon. It's a long pipe which gets attached to a face mask, and somebody stands and keeps pumping air into it. And the bellow, we fished it out. It was an old equipment, but it was working. And we sent a man with the bellow down. And then he sort of put the fire out, and we were saved for the day. The point I'm trying to make is that you can't get stuck on one solution. You need to have several solutions, plan A, B, C, D on ships to sort of save yourself, save your crew, save the asset and the environment, and so on and so forth. So adaptability is very important. Team coordination, you cannot do anything on board ships without coordination and collaboration. It's not like being, say, in academia. Where I come from, now, as a professor, as a dean, many things happen in isolation. People publish papers, people teach by themselves. You don't have to collaborate. But on ships, you cannot do anything without teams and collaboration. Please understand that. If you are not a team player, I think you're going to have a difficult time to be on a ship, because everything happens in teams and in a collaborative setting. All right. So what are some of the crises that you might face? And like I said, fire and explosions, I've been there and done that. Man overboard, yes. Mechanical failures, your engines sort of conk off, or your engine conks off, and then you have no motive power, or your steering fails. At one instance, my rudder unscrewed itself and fell off, so there was no way to steer the ship. Your propeller might get damaged, so you have mechanical failures. You have weather. I was caught in the 1998 storm of Gujarat, which killed anywhere between 10 to 25,000 people. It was so severe, bodies floated to Pakistan, Karachi. Severe weather, grounding or collision. At the same time, when I was undergoing the severe weather in the Arabian Sea off Kandla, we also ran aground because of the wind, and the forces were so high, and we suffered engine failure. Piracy and security threats, we were on tenterhooks when we made it to the Straits of Malacca, or off Indonesia, or off Somalia, and these can be serious threats. And there are several Indian ships that sort of are attacked. Now you have the Houthi rebels who are attacking ships somewhere off the Red Sea. So think about it, yeah? It's not very... when I was starting my career as a cadet, we had the Iran-Iraq war. And if you went to the Persian Gulf, you got sort of shot at by different forces. Missiles came at you. So security threats are there. They continue to be there. Grounding, collision, fortunately I've not seen a collision. Medical emergencies, yes. So once while sailing down from Korea, one of my crew was fishing, despite my express instructions not to do so. He caught a rather large fish, and he was skinning the fish, and one of the bones penetrated his hand. It became infected, and now I had to make a decision as to what to do. Whether, and his hand was turning septic, and hospitals on the shore said that he's going to die if you don't do something immediately. So choices were several, whether do we amputate his hand and then sort of try to do something about it, or do we call for assistance from a shore helicopter, and when we evacuate this guy to a shore hospital, do I change course and go closer to a port so that he can be evacuated? That means a loss of time. That means a loss of a good, say, 72 to 96 hours, and no company is willing to absorb that kind of loss of time. So these are serious issues which have major repercussions, and if you're on board as any kind of an officer, leave alone captain or chief engineer or first mate or whatever, you have to make these decisions. You'll have to sort of come. And how do you make these decisions? What gives you the So remember, you might find it strange that I moved from being a captain to being a professor. Why did that happen? Because I was confident. Because I felt that, once I've commanded ships, this pretty much I can do several things. And please understand that, rising in academia is not that simple. It requires competence. So, but I can tell you that I was a very confident person simply because of the experience I gathered on board ships. And where did that confidence come from? We shall talk about that. And how you develop confidence is critically important. So what is the process for crisis management? So it's detection. You need to detect it early. There's no point in allowing it to meander and then develop into a full-blown crisis. It doesn't help. Assessment, you need to assess quickly. What is the crisis? How do I deal with it? How many men I require? What is the damage? And so on and so forth. Make a decision. Respond. You have to respond. You can't allow the situation to drift, and then recover after the situation comes to some kind of stable situation, and then debrief. Find out why did it happen. So then after this fire on board, because of old logbooks stored in a deep tank, I had every tank inspected and checked for what else junk was thrown there by somebody earlier. And then it caused a lot of problems for us because of somebody's act of negligence and sort of not doing the right thing. So you need to debrief and you need to understand how do we mitigate this situation and so on and so forth. And then I've recently written a case study actually of my time in the Arabian Sea. And then what actually caused that problem? And then if I look back now, I was not captain at that time, I was chief officer. And then because it was a series of wrong decisions made by the then captain, despite him getting some advice. So also don't ignore, so that comes to the bigger point, don't ignore advice. Sometimes your officers are smart people, they can give you good advice, and it's a good idea to take that advice, at least listen carefully before you sort of shoot it down and say, I'm not going to really listen to you. So also communication, and we teach communication here. Unfortunately, they don't teach communication on ships. I don't know whether you have a communication class, but clear and concise communication is important. The chain of command, knowing on ships is very important. Who is in charge? Who is responsible? And that's why you have muster roles and you have clear designated roles and so on and so forth. Avoid ambiguity. Don't talk complicated English. Yeah, it's okay to talk complicated English in a classroom, like I do, but it's not a great idea to talk complicated English on a ship. Keep it simple. Don't use idioms. You know what is idiom? Idioms are like the Americans say, where the rubber meets the road. Is an idiom where 90% people don't understand what you're talking about. Yeah, so don't use idiomatic English. Use simple, straightforward English. Real-time updates, maintain situational awareness, and use all your equipment, whatever it might be, radars, VHF, HF radios, SATCOMs, internal alarms. Use them. They're meant to be used, so do use them. And be aware of how they work. Be absolutely aware of how these work. Many times people ignore them and say, look, this doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to be in a crisis. You will be in a crisis, and you need to know how these things function and work. Okay, so I'm doing well on time, I think. Tools and techniques for crisis management, safety management systems. I understand, I know that there are manuals, there are standard operating procedures, be aware of them. Real assessment matrices, risk assessment matrices are there. What do you do when there is a risk? What kind of risks might be there? And somewhere I put down here, building mental models. So this is advice I got when I was a very young officer. On a ship, I was designated what is called as a junior officer, a senior cadet junior officer. And my captain told me that, Nagaraj, build mental models. I asked him, what is that? He said, what do you do when you are off work? I said, first of all, I don't get too much of time, but when I'm off work, I try to read or watch a movie or sleep. He said, don't do that. Build mental models. That is, think about a crisis and how you're going to deal with it. Discuss with people. So when the real crisis happens, it is in your head that I have thought about this, I've gone through this scenario, and I know how to react. It doesn't come to you as a surprise. So building mental models. In any profession you are, in is critical. Build them. So think about something. Think about what am I going to do if I'm on the bridge and somebody falls overboard on the starboard side. Do I make a Williamson's turn? Do I make a some other turn? What is the maneuver I'm going to make? Whom do I call? Which flag do I put up? And so on and so forth. What do I do with the engines? How do I communicate with the engine room? Which lifeboat do I launch? And so many other scenarios. Play it out in your mind. Keep playing it out. Do simulations and drills. You can do simulations and drills. Today there are a lot of simulations that are available. And then you have decision support systems where people have gone through this. So decision making has happened before. There is nothing new in the world. So you can read case studies, you can read literature, you can read books. I am reading a book by a submarine boat captain, David Marquet, and he talks about leadership on a submarine. And you know what he says? He says the most important thing on a submarine is to have people who are technically competent. Technically competent. That is, you must be good in your in the technology area, domain area. If you're a navigator, better be top class at it. If you're an engineer, be top class at it. If you're an electrician or electrical officer, then be absolutely sure what you're doing. If you're a chef, then make the best food. So it says that people who are not technically competent or technologically competent have no place on a ship, submarine, or whatever. So work on them, and I'm sure you can do a great job. So, so preparedness is the key. Training and drills save lives. Stay calm. Composure aids in effective decision making. Communicate clearly. Ensure coordination. Continuous improvement is essential. Build mental models. That's what I was saying. Think about the job all the time. Very interestingly, I will stop sharing here now. Very interestingly, when I sort of shifted from being captain, I was in the Netherlands, I came back, I joined a university. And the position they offered me was assistant professor. That is the lowermost grade of professors. Today I'm dean, several years later. But that time I was the lowermost professor. But I threw myself into the job. Why? I had no idea. And I decided that I am going to learn everything there is to learn about being a professor. How do you teach management? And then I sort of worked on my PhD and so on and so forth. But the general idea is to think about your job and throw yourself in all the time. And now, time permitting, I want to quickly show you a video. So just bear with me for a minute, please, and I will sort of fish this video out, yeah? Because it's a brilliant video, and I think you will sort of understand what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna get over it.
Yeah, I got it, and I hope you can see, and you can see it. So this is, like I said, whenever I go to New York, I go to Manhattan. So this is about, this is not about a ship, it's about an aeroplane, but then very similar, high risk areas. And this is about Captain Sully Sullenberger. He was sort of a great pilot. He took off from John F. Kennedy, and unfortunately his plane, the Airbus, hit birds, and then both his engines sort of went kaput, conked off. Now he had several hundred passengers, 170 or 180, and crew on board. He had to make a decision what to do. Now there was a crisis, and he had to make a decision. And let's see what decision he made. And then I'll tell you why I find this fascinating. So we'll watch this for a minute, please. Yeah.
Life's easier in the air.
Yes, it is. Birds.
Whoa. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. This is the captain. Brace for impact.
What? Brace! Brace!
Heads down, stay down. Heads down, stay down.
Cactus 1549, turn right 280. You can land runway 1 Teterboro.
We can't make it. We're gonna end up in Hudson.
I'm sorry, say again, Cactus? Cactus 1549, radar contact lost.
Around this bend up here, we'll see the USS Intrepid.
Cactus 320 on emergency descent. Cactus 1549 is low level above the Hudson.
This is helicopter 167 Mike Tango. I've got eyes on him.
Okay, I gotta chop these visuals. I'm staying on this. He's out there. He's headed to Newark, 7 miles. It's only 7 miles. Cactus 1549, this is departure control. On guard, do you read?
It's going down.
Cactus 1549, do you read me?
Shit, he's going down. He's gonna hit the water.
Casey, take a seat.
Sure.
Tester's gonna come down, breathalyzer, urine samples, it's standard.
His voice was so calm. When he said the Hudson, I didn't believe it. This isn't happening. People don't survive water landings, Henry.
We're gonna brace.
Now, if you'll turn to page 7, we can look at accident classification.
Brace, brace. Heads down, stay down.
It's okay, when you
Heads down, stay down.
Benimle sevdiğim, Justin'in
We're not gonna make it, Uncle Robbie.
Brace, brace, brace. Heads down, stay down.
Yes, stars.
Brace, brace. Heads down, stay down.
So that is a fascinating video of Captain Sullenberger landing his Airbus on a river. True story from 2010, and he saved every single passenger and his aircraft. Now the point is that he was advised by air traffic control to try to make it to an airport, and subsequent simulations showed that he would have crash landed his plane and killed everybody on board. Now this captain now had to make a decision, and it took that from takeoff to landing on the river, it took exactly 4 minutes. Just think about it. Think about the fact that he had to make a life-threatening choice, and then he made the right choice and saved. He's a hero. Captain Sullenberger is a hero. But that's not the point. The point is that this is a very interesting story. And so I read about this man, and he says in his biography that I thought about nothing but flying from the age of 5. Just think about it. Yeah. At this point, he is 55 years old, and so for 50 years, he has thought about nothing but flying. And that is how you need to be, my friends. You need to sort of think about the job. That is passion. And so I'm getting some messages. So I've exceeded the time apparently. And that's it. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I could convey something to you folk, and I wish you all the best in your careers at sea. Give it a good shot, be passionate, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Nagraj, for delivering such an enlightening and insightful session. The wealth of information and heightened awareness gained from the experience was truly remarkable. Moving on to the next session, we have retired Commander Babu Guru Charan SH with us. Commander Babu, who took premature retirement from Indian Navy in 2011, was more than 35 years of cross-functional experience in government and corporate sector in marine, aviation, logistics, environmental and education sector. He did his BTech in mechanical from College of Engineering Trivandrum, Master from Pune University and MBA from FMS Delhi University. He has his own consulting firm and is visiting professor teaching marine engineering in SN Gurukulam College, Engineering, Kerala. Let's welcome retired Commander Babu Gurucharan SH on stage to present an exciting and most relevant industry topic of this time, environment protection of maritime industry and insight into green shipping and environment regulations.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. Yeah, I can see a lot of lady future marine engineers around. It used to be, it's nice to see the ladies crashing the glass ceiling in predominantly male-dominated field long back. So I request the audience to come little ahead, if possible, because I want to make it a more of interactive session rather than what do you call one-way talk. Is it possible? I know, see, it is a tough task for me also. Post-lunch session is supposed to be very tough because more than 50% of you will be in a sleepy mode, and many of you may not be interested after such a long, grueling one day sitting, looking at the screen. So I got this arduous task of making you all give some attention to what I talk. So let's start. Okay, how many of you know about maritime industry? No, not. I'll be here. Not. Hello. How many of you know about maritime industry? Can anybody tell me what is a maritime industry? Or what constitutes maritime industry? Okay. Hello? Anybody? So what is marine engineering? You all are, some of you are students of marine engineering. So what is marine engineering? Yeah. Marine aspects, like what you deal with fish, how fish swims in the ocean, sea. No, marine aspect means marine is a very vast field. Machineries, yes, some part, yes, correct. So you're in which semester? What's your name? Madhav, which semester? Oh, great. All the best. Okay. And let's hope that most of you join the marine industry, which is especially shipping, which is a well-paid job but tough task, like Mr. Sohan, who has explained about how to deal with your knowledge and your character. So we'll start with our presentation. See, the topic which is given to me is to talk about the environmental protection of maritime industry. And I'm supposed to give you some insights on green shipping and environmental laws. Have you been taught about environmental laws? Have you heard about IMO? What is that? So, what they deal? So, can you tell two aspects which IMO or its supporting organizations monitor? What is SOLAS? Great. So that means I will skip some of my slides, okay? Because you people know about SOLAS, MARPOL, good. So I know fairly where you people stand. I hope everybody is as good as some of the guys who are persons, I must talk persons who are answered, so that you know. So I am Commander Babu Guricharan, who has retired from Indian Navy somewhere around 13 years back. And I might have joined Indian Navy before some of you might have been born, because I got around 35 years plus of experience in various fields, in environmental field, marine field, aviation. I was a naval aviation engineer also, plus you can say oil, gas, etc., etc. So I've been roaming around and finally, presently staying in Kochi. So my next destination, I don't know. Now I know that I am in front of you. Okay, please, when I'm talking, please feel free to stop me if you are interested in some of the things which I'm talking. Okay, let's start. Thank you. So these are the insights which I intend to give you. Is mainly what is maritime industry, because I found silence, so I'll stress upon a little bit. Then what is the impact of maritime industry on our environment? Then environmental organizations, regulations, etc. I will skip. Skip means I'll just brush through. If you want me to elaborate a little bit, stop me there. Otherwise, I'll skip that part. Then green shipping. Green shipping, I'll be telling you about practices, new technologies, then what we in India are doing, Indian government mainly, focusing, plus what are the challenges and way ahead before I conclude. Okay? So maritime industry are all these. I hope you can read it. Last, please raise hand if you can read these slides. You can read? Okay. Readable, thank you. Here, basically, maritime industry is not only shipping people and goods, but it is maintaining ports, maritime terminals, shipbuilding, ship repair, commercial fishing, aquaculture, and offshore energy, mining, scrapping of ships. Where do we scrap ships in India? Only one gentleman knows everything and answering. What about Others, ladies and gentlemen, please wake up. Give him a challenge, okay? And construction maintenance of maritime infrastructure. You know what is maritime infrastructure? Can you tell, other than ports, terminals, what are the maritime infrastructures possible? Huh? Oil rigs, good. Then? Dry dock, that is, yeah, you can say a repair. Dry dock is there. Shipyard, yes, that. Boys, you know, pathways, where it is maritime infrastructure which guides, then channels, yes, then, yes, correct. Okay, so please go through some more available. Then carrier ship owners, basically, apart from the infrastructure and the ships, etc., maritime industry has vital ship owners also part of the maritime industry. And you, future marine mechanical engineers, may also become part of the maritime industry. Then recreational, then cruise ships or boats, recreational activities. What are the recreational activities related to maritime? Tell me. You never been to Goa? Sailing, windsurfing, fishing for recreational purpose? Yes? Yeah? Yeah, correct. Surfing? Yes? Okay. So, now, what are the environmental impact? Is air pollution, then water pollution, noise pollution, then there is something called ballast water pollution and sediment contamination. See, this all I'll just explain a little bit, you'll understand more. Air pollution. How many of you tell big vessels are there nowadays in the ocean, flying vessels? Give me a figure. How many ships? 200. Yeah, India has got more than that. Tell me. It is around 1 lakh ships, and they material apart from personnel around the world. So you see the quantum of impact it can generate on our environment. And apart from that, you have other activities like shipbreaking, repair, maintenance, then small ferries, etc., etc. So you see the quantum of impact it can generate on our environment, not only marine environment, it will come to the land also. Okay? And all these, our shipping industry is contributing to around 3% of the greenhouse gases. What are the greenhouse gases? Yes? Huh? Carbon dioxide, yes? Yeah. Good, good. Most of you know, good. So, 3% plus is contributed by marine industry and around 10% plus of sulfur pollution is our contribution. Okay. And why this much impact is there? Because 80% of our all goods movement happens through sea or water. Okay. Nowadays, and for the past, you can say 10 years plus, there is a quantum jump of this quantities being moved. Around 40% increase is happening, and our government, Indian government, is going to encourage more inland waterways, shipping industry, etc. So the impact will be much more. Okay. And as future marine mechanical engineers and other engineers, it is your duty to try to reduce the environmental impact. So how to do it, I'll just briefly explain to you. Next is water. What is that in the figure? Oil spills. And although many efforts have happened and the oil spills have come down drastically, still around 10 to 12% of oil contamination is still happening through accidental oil spills. Okay? And there is something called gray water, ballast water, etc. So can somebody tell me what is gray water? Correct. So all the laundry, wash basin, where people bathing, cleaning, etc. is called grey water. And black water is mainly from your sewage and oil bilges. Then ballast water, I hope most of you know. Yeah, so it is pumped in, pumped out. Okay, so all these contribute to water pollution. Noise pollution is one of the silent killers in the ocean, and most of the sea mammals depend on noise or sound for their navigation, and the ship's noise through the engines, propellers plus sonar, etc. confuse these creatures and they lose lives. So noise pollution is a major issue apart from pollution by the ships. We kill sea creatures not only through noise but through hitting them. Many times our ships will go and kill them by direct impact also. Next is ballast water, how can ballast water be a threat? Because you take in ballast from one port, maybe another country, maybe another region, another continent, then how ballast water is taken in and taken out? For what purpose? Balancing and loading, unloading also. Balancing, yes, you can, finally, eventually it will lead to balancing. So when the ship is fully loaded, you pump out the ballast water, and when the load is taken out gradually or fully, you pump in the ballast water. So if a ballast water is pumped in one port in one continent, and the ship sails to another continent and dumps the ballast water into another port, what happens is that there are many alien species which will be pumped out, like crabs, microorganisms, you name many things. So they kill the natural habitat of particular region or affect. So there are various measures being undertaken to prevent that. And I hope it's self-explanatory about the sediment contamination, like ports, other things. There are a lot of sediments getting, due to many activities, different sediments are pumped in, out, it contaminates. So I'm not expanding that. And how can we protect it? We can protect it, and you people will be a future major contributors to, you can decide whether you want to pollute the ocean, the environment, or you want to reduce the impact. And how we can do it is mainly through compliance of various regulations. IMO has set some targets, like IMO 2020 target was to reduce the, you can say, SOx, sulfur emission from 3.5% to 0.5%. And future, they are trying to reduce it to 1% of sulfur emission. So where does this sulfur come? Hello? Fuel, yes. Fuel, and more than 80% of the ships still use high sulfur fuels, like you can say, HFO is correct, and it is called bunker fuel, okay? And it is a high sulfur content, and so much of sulfur is being emitted. So you can prevent it by two ways. Can you tell? Filtration, yes, you are somewhere close by. What do you mean by filtration? Filtration of what? Who's told that? Yeah, what's your, tell your name also, no? Sit. Rajat, second semester, second year, okay. So we engineers talk in semester terms, not year terms nowadays. Nowadays we still continue year terms, okay. Third semester, oh great. Sit, no? So, yeah, he's partially correct. Filtration is one of the methods of reducing. There is something called treatment methods. Filtration is one part. There are many other, like absorption methods. So I'm not going deep into the method, you people will learn it. And another one is using low sulfur fuels. But that is a big money losing, because most of the ships already have got engines which use HFOs, and converting them to low sulfur diesel, etc., requires more money. So it's easier to install treatment systems, exhaust gas treatment systems, which most of the ships have already implemented to meet the IMO 2020 norms of reducing the sulfur emission to 5%. And second is, nowadays there is already mandated, the new ships are coming with engines with low sulfur fuels. Second is managing the ballast water. You have to incorporate ballast water cleaning systems to avoid contamination and invasion of the natural habitat by alien species. Then anti-fouling systems. Fouling you people will be knowing, so I'm not going to expand it. Then recycling ships, rather than scrapping them, you can recycle ships, plus responding to pollution. each one of you, all uniformed people here, is your mandate to respond positively to prevent pollution. And you can, how can you do it? First and foremost is education. I hope your curriculum has got something to teach you how to prevent environmental impact. One is education and training is foremost. You have to educate yourself and train others how to do it, prevent. Then alternate fuels, like already explained, and underwater noise reduction. There are many methods using advanced technologies to reduce underwater noise to help the marine species survive, the noise generated. And there is another one which I have not told earlier is plastic. Because ballast water pumps out microplastics into the ocean, and it is another major hazard. So plastic reduction or non-usage is another major prevention technique. And I already explained the invasive alien species. Next is environmental agencies. I'm skipping these slides. Anybody wants, please stop me. This is how IMO has affected over the years. MEPC is part of IMO, which is Marine Environment Protection Committee, and they, you know the annexures, etc. of MARPOL. So this agency is overseeing and generating policies to implement MARPOL, and there is a subcommittee which is under MEPC who monitor implementation of MARPOL mandates. Okay. Next, let me introduce a concept called green shipping. How many of you know green shipping? Green shipping. So, okay, green shipping is, what is green? Green environment, green, yeah, it is supposed to be environment friendly. So, why can't we, shipping industry also, why can't we also become green? That's why this green shipping has come into place, okay? And how can you do this? It is through using less energy and resources, then reducing carbon emissions, optimizing fuel efficiencies. How can you optimize fuel efficiencies? Tell me, no? Guess. Anything, there are no dumb answers. Anything, all answers are good. Only you can improve upon. No carbon? No. No carbon is reducing carbon emissions. Fuel efficiency is to reduce amount of fuel. How can you reduce in shipping? Engine performance is one. That I think, okay. No, optimizing, we have got a set engine which runs on a set amount of fuel. How can you optimize? It is by your way, transport. There are now the travel time, travel from one place to another. So apart from that, if your ship carries multiple cargoes and you have to touch different ports to load, unload, etc., there are software tools available and many things to optimize your ship sea routes so that you can improve the fuel efficiency. Adopt cleaner technologies. Can you tell some couple of cleaner technologies? Yes, solar, great. Marine engineers, don't sleep, please wake up and answer me. I think it was part of your subject, no? Hydrogen, yes. So, hey, I just want to ask, are we using hydrogen in any of the maritime vessels in India? Hydrogen as fuel? No, because I'll be last or beginning of this year, our Prime Minister had inaugurated a hydrogen vessel. Yes. So Google, thanks to Google, yes, Cochin Shipyard has constructed a hydrogen vessel, a ferry, which is operating in Cochin waters. Oh, great. So your college hydrogen vessel. No, that is not good. So it is a great achievement to your college. Okay. And next is establishing. Great. So thanks for waking me up. And next is life cycle assessment. What is life cycle? Can anybody tell me what is life cycle? It is part of your syllabus, I think. No? Marine engineers, what is life cycle? One at a time, please. Life cycle is not most of some shipyard decision making in some part of your life, and there is something called life cycle cost. No ship give returns, profit. Okay. So what are the stages in life cycle of a ship? It is materials, right from choosing materials, construction, then operation, maintenance, and finally end of life process. What is end of life process? Mainly it starts from the ship's last voyage to die. So that's called last voyage of a ship, from some port to some shipbreaking yard. The ship will have minimum equipment, minimum cargo, minimum fuel just to reach the shipbreaking yard, and that is the end of life process where that voyage is the starting point, and final scrapping by the shipbreaking yard is the end of that ship. Okay? And how can we improve that? This is possible by choosing the correct material, which doesn't have the material. How choosing a material will help reduce the impact. Hello? So this material, when you choose a material which is produced by method in some metal industry which has got minimal impact on the environment. So the material need not be related to maritime. Material is produced in somewhere in the metal industry using advanced green technologies. So if you choose that material as a shipbuilder and for construction, and apart from that, choose the systems which have got minimum. What are the systems? Ship systems. Hull, yeah. That is part of construction, your body, okay. All our systems. System means your marine engineering systems are there. You have got your ship systems like oil systems, fuel systems. Everything. All our systems. It's not only navigation. Navigation is also a part of system. Like your body. Ship is a complete city. I hope you are aware, no? So ship is a complete city. So as marine engineers, or some of you mechanical engineers will end up in shipping industry in various forms. I am a mechanical engineer, so I ended up in shipping industry for some part of my life. And so it is your job to ensure the impact by choosing the correct systems when you are in the design or building process, building industry, and operating in a responsible way when you are shipborne marine engineers. You can be first engineer, second engineer, third engineer, chief engineer. Beyond that, you can be consultants, you name anything, you can contribute. And what are the shipping practices and technologies which are available now or being implemented in future, looking at future? IMO, like I already explained, 2020 is sulfur reduction, then 2050 is greenhouse gas, reduce 50% of greenhouse emissions with respect to 2018 standards. That is the whole goal of IMO 2050. And IMO 2050 has chosen one country as the first country to implement or to focus on implementing IMO 2050. Can you name the country? It is in your neighborhood. Tell me. India. India has been chosen. Being formed. I will explain a little bit when I go into Indian initiatives. And you must have your design and operation, fuel optimization systems, like I already explained, sensors, satellites, trackers, you name anything, use it to optimize your sea route, to reduce fuel consumption. Alternative fuels and energy sources, like your youngsters, many of them have told about solar, hydrogen, wind. Nobody has told, but I am adding wind. Then hybrid battery, electric vehicles. No. How can you have electric vehicles as ships? You know what hybrid systems? What is hybrid? Some of you or your parents may be having now hybrid cars already in the market long back. What is hybrid system? Stop and ask me if I am telling hybrid. Tell me. Yeah, that is complex hybrid vehicle. But there's a simple hybrid vehicle which is in use in your cars, etc. Is just, it is main fuel is our petrol, diesel, or mainly is petrol, and it runs a generator which generates electricity, and electricity is used for your propulsion of your cars or ships. So it is a hybrid of our normal engines, IC or what you call CI engines with batteries like generating electricity, which can be directly used, or through battery it can be used for propulsion. Okay. Then we must have waste management and pollution control systems, digital sustainability, like we can use the latest tools like AI, IoT, etc., for sustainable practices, green ports and logistics, etc. And you see, this slide will give you the effect of each fuel on the environment. So there are two. What is the effect? And another one is well to tank. You know what is well to tank? Impact on the environment. Yes, from your oil rig well till the tank of your ship. That portion is shown in orange, yellow, whatever you call it. Second is bluish thing is tank to propeller. That means your fuel tank to the propeller, the impact of each fuel. And you will see the best one as of now is hydrogen from water. Okay. I'll show you on, I know most of you are sleeping, so in order to just wake them.
Maritime industry and its broader impact on our planet. But this is essential for economic oceans to transport everything from food to electronics. This massive fleet burns large quantities of fuel, primarily heavy fuel oil, a byproduct of crude oil refining. While shipping is an efficient means of transportation, its environmental footprint is substantial. The industry's vast reach means its impact on the environment is global and multifaceted. One of the most significant environmental impacts of shipping is air pollution. Ships are a major source of greenhouse gases, GHGs, particularly carbon dioxide, CO2, contributing to global warming. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, estimates that shipping accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But CO2 isn't the only problem. Ships also emit sulfur oxides, SOx, and nitrogen oxides, NOx, which contribute to acid rain, respiratory problems in humans, and the formation of fine particulate matter, which is harmful to both human health and the environment. In recent years, there have been efforts to reduce these emissions through regulations like the IMO's sulfur cap, which limits the sulfur content in ship fuel. However, these regulations are still in the early stages, and compliance and enforcement remain significant challenges. Beyond air pollution, the shipping industry also has a direct impact on marine environments. Accidental oil spills, though less frequent today due to stricter regulations, still pose a significant threat to marine life. Beyond air pollution, the shipping industry also has a direct impact from ships. There's shipbreaking products, can end up in the ocean, contributing to marine pollution, harming wildlife. Our oceans, once pristine and teeming with life, are increasingly burdened by plastic pollution.
So this video is available in YouTube. If anybody is interested, please have a look, because it gives you a very good insight on how the environment is impacted. We'll go to the next. So the top one is a futuristic green shipping corridor, and the bottom one is the concept of a future green port. And this is something which our government has a plan, which they are implementing this plan for a green future in the maritime industry, which there is something called Maritime Vision Document 2030. And in that, there is a National Center of Excellence in Green Porting and Shipping, which was inaugurated in Jan 2024 by our Prime Minister. And he, in the same this function, has inaugurated the hydrogen ferry built by Cochin Shipyard. And it is part of that, there is something called Green Tug Transition Program, where the tugs which are in use in India are required to be green. At least 50% of that tugs will use green fuels or green methods like solar or hydrogen, etc. by 2030. Then there are 3 ports, Paradip Port, Deendal Port, and Chidambaram Port, have been identified as hydrogen hubs, and so that they will be capable of handling, storing hydrogen fuel by 2030. Next vision is Amritkal Vision 2047, in which there is something called Harit Nauka will be much more Harit Nauka is the same program which I have told about, that tugs by 2030 it's supposed to be 50% of tugs will be green, and by 2047 it's aimed to be around 100%. And Harit Sagar is another program, Indian government program on green ports. And there's a Indian Ocean Center of Excellence for Sustainable Maritime Transport is a collaboration between Indian government, IMO and Lloyd's Shipping. Finally, like I already explained, India is the first country for green ship piloting project has been identified by IMO. What are technological limitations? Most of the green technologies, it is tough to be implemented. Then high cost, yes. Global cooperation. What happens is that different countries have got different regulations. Some of the countries allow pollution, some of the countries are very stringent. So you must have a global cooperation too, which is still lacking. And alternate fuels, a lot of activities are happening, but it is still a long way to go. Adapting new regulations, so we have to still bring in new regulations. Funding is another major issue. No industry likes to run a loss-making program. What happens is that some of the companies, if they invest in green technologies, others are using the older technologies. So these, green shipping industries suffer because competition, others can give low cost shipping. That is another major challenge. And flexibility and resilience is still lacking in our shipping industry. And way ahead, it's all what do you call inverse of challenges, funding the future. It is a joint effort by governments, shipping industry, funding agencies, etc. Then innovations, collaborations, commitment, R&D is why people hesitate to invest in R&D is because R&D is a loss-making industry, which can be the profits is a very, very, very long-term process. So people shun R&D. We have to bring in more R&D into this process. Flexibility and international cooperation, everything is already there. I already explained. Next is, let me conclude. These are my points I already explained. In any doubts? You'll be sharing the presentation with these people? No, it is online is available, no? No. Yeah, if you want, they will share the presentation. So the references are there, much more information is available in all these sites. So, any doubts? I know after these tedious sessions, there will be no doubts. And if somebody has got a doubt also, others will pull that person down. So have a nice day. Thank you for your patience and thank you, Aries for inviting me, and thank you this Srinivas Institute for providing this platform.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your exceptional knowledge. Exceptional knowledge through an illuminating talk on green shipping and environmental regulations. The next session is an insightful presentation with IARTA Health, Safety and Technical Officer Mr. Mark Lee, who will share valuable insights about emerging opportunities in marine engineering through rope access techniques. The Industrial Rope Access Trade Association, known with its acronym IRATA, is now recognized as the world's leading authority on industrial rope access. It has over 700 member companies worldwide, leading authorities on including rope access and around the world, and has trained in access 1,300,000 rope access technical worldwide. During this session, Mark Lee will explore how marine engineers can expand their professional horizon by obtaining rope access certification. You will discover how IRATA certification enables engineers to safely access challenging areas on maritime structure and vessels, and learning about the practical application of these specialization skills. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this informative session. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mark Lee. Let's turn our attention to the presentation. The presentation will be displayed shortly.
Okay, can you see my presentation screen? Is that working? Yep, and can you see my screen? Okay. You'll see my presentation. Start the presentation. Excellent. Okay. So let me. So can everybody see my presentation? Yep. Okay. And can everybody hear me? Hello? Can everybody hear me? The wonders of technology. Okay, can everybody see my presentation screen? I'm sorry, I've got no response here. Okay, right. Let's try this. The best laid plans go to waste. Okay. Is that working? Okay, it's typically coming up on my screen, but not on yours. How's that? Ah, so now you can see my presentation. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I apologise for my absolute technical ineptitude, but the best laid plans go to waste. So I'm going to talk to you briefly about the applications of rope access for your qualifications for marine engineering and for marine qualifications. So I'll start. Screen, full screen. Hang on, let's. End show, yes. Yep. Slideshow. Use slideshow. One back. This one? Okay. And is that, yeah. Okay. Right. Let's try again. And thank you all for your patience. My name's Mark Lee. I'm the Health, Safety and Technical Officer at Arata International. I've been in this post for about 2.5 years now, but I've been a member of the association and a member of the committees for probably 15 years, and I've probably spent the last 30 years in the rope industry, climbing around on various things. I started my career just over 30 years ago, carrying out clearance on cliffs and slopes. I was carrying out tree surgery, cliff stabilization. I worked on bridges, structures, site clearance projects, and then I slowly moved more onto the construction side of things. So I worked on stadium constructions for various projects, so various large sports stadiums, and I carried out maintenance and sort of, you know, your average sort of works for rope access technicians. So window cleaning, inspection works and maintenance works. I worked on filming for various film crews and for sort of documentary programs. I've done some sports programs. I set up cameras and equipment for sporting events. So the Cricket World Cup. So we were one of the rope access teams that was sat on the roof at Lord's when the camera panned up and showed us all sat there on our mobile phones, not watching the cricket. But yeah, I basically spent about 30 years now in the industry, working in pretty much every opportunity that you'll see on rope. So the Arata scheme is it's a 3-tier scheme, like most work at height schemes, and it's something you can train separately to what you're doing now. So the sort of entry qualification for rope access is a level 1. So we have what's called the Training Assessment and Certification Scheme, which is our Arata tax scheme. And you can come in with no previous experience, no abseiling or no climbing experience, and you can carry out 4 days training to learn the basic rope access techniques. And then on the 5th day, sometimes the 6th day, depending on where you train sort of around the world, you would then carry out an independent assessment to check the safety and to check basically that you've learned the access maneuvers which you can carry out under the supervision of a level 3. So with our systems, and 3, there's progression through each step. So at each level, you would be expected to have more experience. So to progress from level 1 to level 2, you would need a minimum of 1,000 hours spent hanging around on rope somewhere, but also a minimum of a year's experience. And then you would have another 4 days training at the minimum of a year. And then you would assess at the next level, so the level 2, which is slightly more complex. So you would learn more about the rigging and more about complex rescues. Then again, it's another 1,000 hours and another minimum of a year before you could progress to level 3, which is the supervisory stage that we have. It's probably because of all of the new maneuvers and rigging that you would learn for that. But it's actually, as you move up to level 3, you would then become a supervisor. So a level 3 rope access qualification is a qualification on its own, which is the route that I followed to progress through the industry. So I was probably slightly backwards compared to you guys, because you're all actually looking at coming into the industry with a qualification and with a skill, which is particularly useful because when I started many years ago, the route into the industry was all to do with climbing experience and climbing knowledge. So I was a caver and climber back in my younger, sportier, fitter days. So for me to come into the industry, it was just an ability to climb. Whereas over the last 35 plus years, it's been about the trade skills and qualifications. So you would actually come into the industry with a trade skill and with something that you would bring to rope access. So you see on screen there, you've got the tax document, and we also produce guidance documents, which are available to the industry as a whole, but also available to the public. So we put our code of practice out there for everyone to read and everyone to see. As you can see there, the document on the right is one of our newer documents, which is guidance and information for working over water. So we have a technical team within the office made up of staff members that have all worked within the industry in various capacities. So Peter, who works on training, has worked offshore for the last, again, similar to me, nearly 30 years. So he's been working on platforms, rigs, turbines and vessels all over the world. So Peter helped me put this new annex together. So offshore, for you guys coming in with a specific skill set, so with your qualifications, you're actually bringing something to the job other than rope access, which is the sort of main route for now for technicians to work offshore and to get into the industry. As you see, when I was working offshore, it was more about your skills climbing, because you came in as a climber, but then you would also you may have a sort of quite a base skill level. So for me, I was a slinger, signaller, and a crane supervisor. So I used to sort of work within and supervise sort of various lifting operations, either offshore or onshore or stadia, usually working with cranes. And for me, as an example here, we're just installing this new big yellow thing. Absolutely no idea what it was, no idea where it was going, but for us and for myself on the team, it was the most important thing was to know how heavy it was and how we were going to get it where it needed to go, and how we were going to fit it in place. At that point, then we would pass it over to the experts, to the engineers, to the mechanics, to the welders, to those that actually brought specific skill sets. In effect, we spent years and years as labour, effectively working on rope. So we were the not unskilled, but we were the physical labour who would work with the teams of engineers, with welders, with designers, with those that would come in and then carry out the more skilled, the more specific areas of what they were doing. So one of the other areas that I worked quite a lot was bridges, inspections, maintenance. It varied from anything from painting works, which were pretty straightforward. We start at one end, start painting, work our way along, usually about 6, 7, 8 months later. We'd then move back to the start and start painting again. And we had large teams that were carrying out these sorts of works. So it's very different sort of skill sets that can be applied to rope access. Different trades, different knowledge, different qualifications. Those you can actually apply on rope. So for yourselves, if you're coming in with sort of marine engineering, so it may be, it may be mechanical repair, it may be electrical, it may be design, but various structures and projects have a sort of requirement for the skill sets that you guys are going to bring in. And you have the options of either coming in at the, I suppose, the baseline level for rope access, which is a level 1. So you could do your level 1 training, gain the qualification, and then bring that qualification sort of with you to work effectively as a way to apply your skill. We do also have opportunities for technicians to assist with getting the skilled trades into position. So with the actual Arata safe system of work, we have training and expertise in place, so we can actually position people that have specific trades which are not commonly found on rope. So it allows us, it's a clause within our International Code of Practice. There's a clause 2.6.3.2. Sadly, I know a lot of these clauses, but that's just because I spend a lot of time reading it and talking about it. And this allows for the position of non-IRATA qualified personnel. So it allows us to take highly skilled individuals and sort out an access system to get those guys into position. So we've had a lot of sort of inspectors and engineers that we need to actually get into position to do checks and to carry out work. So we'll generally get the lady or gentleman into a harness and then lower them or lift them into position to allow them to carry out their works and inspections. And so now I'm assuming with yourselves that the course and qualifications that you're doing are 2 years, 3 years, potentially more. And if you put that against a level 1 qualification, so then you would go and do 4 days training or 5 days training, which would allow you to then apply your skill on rope. So as a rough idea, you have a highly skilled trade qualification, marine engineering. It's a valuable skill. It's a very applicable skill set. And then you add rope access to that skill, and it opens up a wide range of opportunities for you to be able to apply your specific skill into some really interesting and different and difficult locations. So there's various members of the teams. For the rope access teams, there's obviously all manners of skills that are used: inspection, maintenance, welding, NDT, the engineering side and the design and the building side. The list is just endless, and I couldn't do justice or any sort of I'm lacking the knowledge of being able to talk at great length about what you, ladies and gents, potentially bring to the table, because your skill sets are so widely applicable. My skill set is hanging on rope and helping with things and moving people into position. What you guys do is you bring something very specific and you bring it into an area that's very difficult to access. So you have what you learn about your trade and you learn about what you're doing, but then you also need to encompass that with the additional risk of applying your skills when you're hanging on ropes, and also when you're working above water, and in various conditions in various locations as well. So another element of the offshore, so another offshore installation, which is the wind turbines, which is spreading immensely at the moment, and it's probably one of the fastest growing and largest growing areas of what we tend to do within rope access, and how you guys can move on and apply your skill set. It looks like quite a solitary lifestyle, but it's not. There's going to be at least 2 or 3 people in these teams working on these installations. For you may end up shipping out on the craft in the morning and being dumped off on one of these sites for a day in a 3-person team, or perhaps a 4-person team, depending on the work that are being carried out. And then you may just be dumped there for the day and then picked up later on when the work's complete, or you may be taken back to an installation or to a rig, and you'll spend the night out there, spend a couple of weeks out there, and just be ferried to and fro to carry out the works. Like I say, it looks quite lonely, but obviously there's someone there taking the photographs of this person, and it's very teamwork oriented skill set, because you're relying very much on each other for your safety, but also for the individual skills that you bring to the table. It can be very multi-skilled, and you're generally part of a sort of small specialized team where you all have different specialized skills that you bring in. So yeah, if you'd like to apply your skills in rope access, get used to working in relatively small teams in quite close confines, and hopefully making friends that you'll keep for the rest of your lives, because it's good fun, and it's quite a close knit team that you tend to work in. Another example of what can be done. These guys were carrying out inspections, but also carrying out maintenance and painting. But one of the things that you see there is, because the abilities of rope access, it means that you can actually apply your skills in different areas, and I don't just mean different areas on the boat or the vessel or the installation. I mean, we tend to carry on working instead of stopping. So if the ship is traveling between areas and the works need to be carried out, then rope access tends to be a way to apply those skills, but still let the works carry on. So things don't tend to end up in dry dock, or tend to spend a lot of time being sort of shut down in a harbour or a dock somewhere. We tend to apply our skills anywhere and everywhere, so that the works can carry on, and gives us a lot of versatility in what we do. And it's, I don't want to say it's a cheaper alternative, because it's still a highly skilled sort of workforce that are used. But instead of shutting down, we allow the works to carry on, and apply our skills while we're still moving and we're still travelling. So we're going into the other skill sets. So you guys have then moved forward, and you get your rope access qualification on top of the skills you've already got, and then these can be applied effectively anywhere around the world. So because rope access technicians tend to be a jack of all trades, for the want of a better term, we tend to have varied skills in all different fields, but they're applicable in all different situations. So in terms of engineering, mechanics, repair, painting, maintenance, the rope access qualification, as well as the qualifications that you're doing, they're very specific, but they're also quite applicable to different situations and different working environments all around the world. Some of the work's quite simple. You know, for me, as I said earlier, I went into things like cliff stabilization, clearance work. I used to do a lot of operations where we were basically clearing and making safe. So you can see at the top of the image there, the netting that's going on is to try and stop the collapse of the cliff, and then we would generally come in and start clearing it away afterwards. But the environments that I've worked in and the locations around the world have been fantastic, and my opportunities were given to me based on a career and experience of climbing around on things. So, you know, my ability to climb around on cliffs and trees and bridges and stadiums gave me some amazing opportunities to travel around the world and work. But you're all coming into potentially coming into an industry where you have a skill set and a qualification that people want. It took me 30 years effectively to get into the position that I am now, whereas you will hopefully have these opportunities to travel to all these different and amazing places and carry out all these different and amazing types of work, because you know you're coming in with a very desirable qualification, and then you know within a week you'd be able to apply that when you're dangling on a rope somewhere around the world in some fantastic environment with some fantastic scenery, or some of it not so much. Some of it's just very hot or very wet. But it's a skill that you can apply almost anywhere. National heritage, new buildings, different projects, whether it's inspection or maintenance, or building from scratch. So the design and development of all these different things. But it's definitely something that, with the qualifications that you're all gonna, or you're all working at the moment, and you're all gonna come away with, I think rope access for you is just another way to apply that skill set in different situations all around the world. So yeah, it's an amazing opportunity for you all. These guys are working in space. Well, probably not working in space. They're working in a silo, but it's another and the final example of some of the weird and wonderful places that, with the skills and qualifications that you're doing and that you're learning about, you get to work in some of the strangest and most amazing environments around the world. So yeah, so thank you. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm quite happy to take any questions. Yes. Yes. Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay. Well, in which case, then I would thank you all for your time and for the opportunity to come and speak to you. I apologize for my inability to navigate a computer screen, but I hope you've all had an interesting day. And obviously, if you have any further questions, or would you like any further information, please feel free to get in touch with us at Arata. And I thank you all for your time and the opportunity. So take care and thank you. Yeah. Thank you all, and take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Let's now dwell into the Hartois framework with two insightful videos covering individual behavior and the next topic of 25 qualities of ideal professionals.
These days function like a corporate entity with well-defined vision, targets, and KPIs. Industry selection. If you don't have a proper career design plan, most probably you will end up in an unknown industry. The job slot may not match with your talent, passion, and skill. The culture, risk, career growth, reputation in every industry is different. If the industry is in a sick stage without any growth, it will inevitably affect your salary and career growth. So always do the public as a part of your career design to choose your industry and the location. Industrial qualification. Most of the jobs in the industry require only short-term training to learn, but approximately 10 is necessary for one to become a master. A long-term technical training certification after your school academics is just a qualification proof. It is only the excellence in your performance that can take you up the ladder further. However, a digital certification will be a booster for it. So it's all guys. Typically, 80% of what you've learned from academics is not required for the industry. Just like that, 80% of what your industry needs is not taught through academics as well. So if an industrial employee, it's not the academic credentials, but the skills. Do not mention anything wrong about the employer or organization during the interaction as a reason for leaving, as it will be that you may repeat the same thing with your future employer as well. Employer selection. Employment is like a marriage. Every employer is different, and for having for your first job. During the first time, you're considered as a trainee who has and culture. Legal contract. Like in a marriage, there's always the employee and the employer. It's your responsibility to abide by the organization. Unprofessional etiquette causing operational or reputation loss may provoke the employer. An employer your career growth as well. Work ethics. One relationship with the employer. Client is always right is an unwritten policy of the industry. Hence, for maintaining a healthy relationship with your employer, one should consider his employer as his priority client. No organization and employment can exist without employers, and it is the primary responsibility of your employee to make sure that no internal pressure is placed upon an employer to satisfy objectives beyond terms. Confidential document or retirement plan. The most struggling period in one's life is the retirement period without a pension, especially in the private sector. It's always earnings as an investment to their pension plans and later some with minimum risk. Entrepreneurship. They need to have passion, perseverance, marketing skills, mind, and debt collection skills from the market for the services that you have offered. One of the significant objectives of FSM is to educate and mold freshers as per the industrial culture so that they Work ethics. As a part reputation. Professional etiquettes. As a professional, time management is not teamwork. Team across system in your life. Down not or dive. Proactiveness. Focus. Secure. Common sense. Common DNA. Efficiency and character behavior of the person. Health and safety. Health and safety become an important ensure efficient empathy. Whether empathy, they all do not cost control. A true professional will every leaders.
As we approach the conclusion of Mighty Mariner event, it's my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of organizing committee. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal, Dr. Srinivasa Mayadi, for his unwavering support, guidance, and encouragement in making this event a success. Your leadership has been instrumental in providing us with a platform to host such a prestigious program. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our esteemed guests, Sir Sohan Roy and Commander Babu Gurucharan, for gracing this occasion with their presence. Your thoughts-provoking speeches and invaluable insights have been truly inspiring and will leave a lasting impression on all of us. A special note of gratitude to the college management for their constant support for facilitating and successfully executing of this event. Your belief in the vision of this program has been crucial to this success. To all our speakers, including Captain A. Nagaraj Subbarao, Mr. Nikhil Idhani, Commander Babu Gurucharan, and Mr. Mark Lee, thank you for delivering such enlightening session. Your expertise and guidance have provided great value to our participants. To our collaborators, IMC, AIMRI, Aries Energies, and Aries Overseas Services, thank you for your generous support in making this event possible. Last but not least, I extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing team, staffs, and volunteers for their dedication and hard work in ensuring the smooth conduct of the event. To all our participants, thank you for your enthusiastic involvement, both online and offline, and for making this event grand success. Let us make forward the knowledge and inspiration gained here today. We build better future in maritime education and industries. Thank you once again.